is inbred. And I use that against vulgar ethno-nationalism, vulgar fascism of all different sorts. Something that could be misconstrued as me being anti-Semitic is when I called settlers in the West Bank inbred. I said these inbred settlers, and that was.
I think you compared them to the KKK as well. Is that right?
Oh no, but I don't think that's anti-Semitic.
No, I'm not saying that's anti-Semitic, but I think I'm just giving the full context.
I did. I did. I compared them to neo-Nazis.
Do you think it might ever be better sometimes just to never compare any Jews to Nazis? It might just be wise to do that.
No, I don't. I'm not so precious about that comparison, and I've actually had.
Maybe that's easy for you to say as a non-Jewish person.
Oh, for sure.
Hassan Piker is so full of crap. So full of it. Fam, he knows what he was saying. Was no misinterpretation. He knows exactly what he's trying to do, but now that he's getting consequences for it, he wants to try to lie and say, oh no, that's not what I meant. It was out of context. No, we knew the context. You've been pretty much saying it in front of our faces for years now at this point. Hassan is very prejudiced. He's extremely racist, in my personal opinion. And that's just me going based off of the things I've heard him say, the way I heard him attack people based on where they were from, their race. It's extreme. And every time he's called out on it, he tries to play the, oh no, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. He's like the punk villain from the Warriors movie.
Warriors.
No, Cyrus. It was the Warriors. Take some accountability. Always saying all this nasty terrorist stuff. Then when people call you out for it, don't try to act innocent. That's what Hassan is most known for, lying. Remember he said lions OP?
Trying to be as sort of generous as possible. But you could there are so many things you could call those settlers. I'm not defending those settlers for a moment. I think a lot of them are committing heinous acts. I think a lot of the people in the far right of the Netanyahu government are absolutely cool. I wouldn't say that completely explicitly. But you know what? You could probably say all that, and you could probably make a stronger case and not undermine yourself by comparing them to Nazis, because Nazis literally tried to exterminate who they are as Jews.
Yes, I don't disagree with that.
Why'd you do it?
In my opinion, the comparison, in my opinion, is not only graphic, but it's apt. Because Nazism is a fascist ideology, it's a dangerous
ideology. Well, call them fascists, call them fascists. You don't need to call them Nazis.
Hassan calls everybody that. If you step on his toe, he gonna call you that. Just throw the N-word out there. Here we go. This dude don't care. He's different, bro. He's different. Even the host interviewing him was like, do you have to say that? You gotta throw it out there? You want just put that label on people? That's what we do? And of course, he's just gonna sit out here and say the most disgusting things and once again play innocent. That's what Hassan Piker does. That's what he's more than well known for.
You say that Israel is racist based on a racist idea. Hamas is deeply racist. They're anti-Jewish.
No, I don't think so.
You don't think?
I disagree with
well, the Hamas Charter contains references to fighting Jews as a religious duty, conspiracy claims about Jews controlling the media, finance, revolutions and wars, citations of anti-Semitic forgery of the protocols of the Elders of Zion, and a notorious hadith about fighting and killing on the Judgment Day.
So you're referencing the 1988 charter, which has been updated since 2017, but it doesn't really matter because the point of
Hamas likes Jews
or their opinions. Do I think Hamas likes Jews? I think that there are definitely anti-Semitic people in Palestinian society as there are in British society, right?
There are anti-Semitic people in British society killing Jews on a regular basis.
It's because there is no real occupation. There's no military occupation of England. If there was a military occupation of England by a foreign body, by an alien force, then I'm pretty sure you would probably rise up in arms as well.
Hassan is so full of it. Word up, bro. He tap dancing right now. He over there, he got his dancing shoes, he moonwalking. Over there, he doing an electric slide to get out of the way. With the big suit on like Steve Harvey. And he thinks that people are not going to see it. Like, we can't tell. He lying. and that he's not really genuine when he's saying the things that he says. He'll act like he's Mr. Innocent right here, and he's gonna go back on his stream and go crazy. He gonna go back on his stream and straight lose it, bro. Like it's
Donald Trump himself keeps saying it was a day of love.
There's no question there was a whitewashing of January 6th. January 6th was an atrocity.
World War II, things that happened, like the Holocaust, chattel slavery, telling people that the economy was great, the migrant crisis wasn't real, and their cities were safe. Those were mistakes. However, he never encouraged his supporters to go and break the law.
But you tweeted, "This is a coup attempt." Do you think that history will remember this the way it actually? The tape shows very clearly Brian Sicknick walking through the building of Parent Health after the media told us for 2 years that he had been murdered.
Sounds like what you're telling me right now is that you didn't only think that you were going to die, you thought you were going to be raped.
You can run the best campaign. You can even become the nominee, and you can have the election stolen from you.
January 6, 2025, Kamala Harris is officially a loser.
The total number of the electors appointed to vote for President of the United States is 538. Within that whole number, the majority is 270. The votes for President of the United States are as follows. Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida has received 312 votes. Kamala Harris of the state of California has received 226 votes.
So Trump got Florida's electoral votes, Kamala Harris got California's, but it took Florida like 5 hours to get the results, and it took California 1 month. It's less that you think it is. But poor Kamala Harris, this is officially the last time anyone will refer to her as Madam President. The Vice President, President Pro Tem, the Senate. Nice little smirk from Speaker Mike Johnson in the back there. But Democrats are patting themselves on the back for accepting the defeat and certifying the Electoral College results. On January 6, 2025, the 4-year anniversary of January 6, 2021, the Jan 6, Democrats are very upset that people did not buy the Jan 6 hoax, and it did not stop Donald Trump from being able to take office. Even Anderson Cooper suspects that history will not be kind to the January 6 setup.
We remember the day now. The question is, will history remember it that way 4 or 40 years from now? Congressman, you were in the House. You actually tweeted at 4:30 p.m. 4 years ago on this day. You tweeted, "This is a coup attempt." Do you think that history will remember this the way it actually?
Yeah, I do. Look, we're in this emotion. Donald Trump got defeated. He convinced. He convinced his base that election was stolen from him, and that for 4 years built this intense anger where they truly believe this deep state, garbage was happening. He's going to be president now for 4 years. He's going to own everything that happens in the economy, everything that happens in the world. And that, excitement that, we've been robbed will wear off. And history has this amazing ability to accurately reflect the happenings of that day. And so while maybe today it's kind of surreal that we're here 4 years later after that and putting Donald Trump back in the presidency, history will not be kind to him.
So Adam Kinzinger, who was on the fraudulent January 6 committee, delusionally doubles down, hoping that no one will dig up this clip in a year or in 10 years, whenever we finally get to see the full details on that sketchy day in 2021. CNN also tried to make sense of why American voters were not persuaded by the intelligence community's entrapment scheme. I mean, violent, almost insurrection in which we almost got this guy as our new supreme leader.
The right-wing sort of media landscape also played a big role in this, because over time you started seeing people say it wasn't that violent. Donald Trump himself keeps saying it was a day of love.
There's no question there was a whitewashing of January 6th, but I kind of put the onus on elected Republicans who just played those clips. We all saw it the same way on January 7th. That's just a reality. The party was ready to move on. But that changed because the public slowly started to say, you know what, we liked the Trump days, the Republican public, I should say. And there was this feeling of sort of nostalgia for when he was in office. There was a media ecosystem that I think boosted it, and I think did share some myths and untruths about the events of that day. But I will say one thing, because I was left in December around January 6th, and many people were arguing when Pence was getting the cancer campaign to not certify the election. What if Kamala Harris in 4 years did certify the election? The X factor, Kamala Harris, like Mike Pence and Al Gore before her, is going to do her constitutional duty and certify the election. Joe Biden made a lot of mistakes. The best thing was one, telling people that the economy was great, the migrant crisis was real, and their cities were safe. Those were mistakes. However, there's something he didn't do. He never encouraged his supporters to go and march to the Capitol, to go and break the system, to go and break the law.
So they basically say that groceries were so expensive that Americans stopped caring about democracy. Rather than admit that the public sees through their scam, the media has obviously colluded with the three-letter agencies to push the latter's multitude of hoaxes and scams for years now. Rather than admit that people have stopped buying their scams, CNN berates Americans for being irresponsible and anti-American and anti-democracy. Whatever, CNN, enjoy your further descent into ratings hell. By the way, this is the first presidential election loss that the Democrat Party has not contested since 1988. That is almost 40 years ago. Yeah, this is the party that respects election results.
You can run the best campaign. You can even become the nominee, and you can have the election stolen from you. That's real, but right.
Because I think the illegitimate president. So how do
you are not. He's an illegitimate president.
I absolutely agree. Trump didn't actually win the election in 2016. He lost the election. He was put in office because of the election.
Trump knows he's an illegitimate president.
President was elected, legally elected, not legitimate. I don't see it. As a legitimate president.
I object to the 15 votes in the state of North Carolina. I object because people are horrified.
He's an illegitimate president.
Elections hijacked. There's no question. Congress has a duty to hashtag protect our democracy and hashtag follow fact.
And if you're all curious as to why so many Americans do not seem to believe that January 6, 2021 represented an actual attempt to overthrow the government, by the way, by the part of the population that's obsessed with the Second Amendment, you're unarmed. So if you're wondering why people don't seem to buy it, maybe it's because the leader of the insurrection said this on the day of the insurrection.
I know you heard we had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election, and everyone knows it, especially the other side. But we have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period of time. This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. Go home and go home in peace.
The leader of the insurrection is telling people to go home and don't play into their hands. No wonder they kicked him off all social media, banned him from every social media platform, and banned this video from being aired back in 2021. And our favorite unhinged ladies of daytime television, Sunny Host and Whoopi Goldberg on The View, made waves today by shocking everyone left, right, and center with this truly genius, nuanced take on January 6th.
I think we need to find moral clarity, in this country. And I just remember after January 6th, you had someone like Mitch McConnell placing the blame on January 6th where it belongs, squarely on Donald Trump's shoulders. And then you started seeing people backtrack that and losing their moral center. You had Condoleezza Rice, I believe, on this very show saying, we need to move on from January 6th. I say no. You don't move on because January 6th was an atrocity. It was one of the worst moments in American history. When you think about the worst moments in American history, like World War II, things that happened, like the Holocaust, chattel slavery, We need to never forget, because past becomes prologue if you forget any race.
And there it is, ladies and gents. In case you didn't know, January 6, 2021 was basically the Holocaust. It was totally the same thing. It was basically the transatlantic slave trade, which upended millions of people and brought them from one continent to like 3 other continents. It's basically the same thing. In case you didn't know, 6 million Capitol police officers were imprisoned in labor camps and systematically on January 6, 2021. Oh wait, no, I'm getting that it was less than 6 million officers who died on January 6. Oops, oh no, this just in. It was 0 officers who died on January 6. But I thought a guy was beat to death with a fire hydrant.
Officer Brian Sicknick died after being hit in the head with a fire extinguisher during the hours-long attack. They beat a Capitol police officer to death with a fire extinguisher.
Officer Brian Sicknick died after being hit in the head with a fire extinguisher during the fight. He died at the age of 42 after he was bludgeoned with a fire extinguisher.
Congresswoman Jamie Herrera Butler, she actually did something I think very helpful today. She put the spotlight back on something that I think hasn't received nearly enough attention. She said, quote, "The violent mob bludgeoned to death the Capitol police officer. They defaced symbols of our freedom. These terrorists roamed the Capitol, hunting the Vice President and the Speaker of the House."
So Officer Brian Sicknick was bludgeoned to death. A Capitol police officer was bludgeoned to death by a fire. Did I say fire hydrant before? But I thought a guy was beat to death with a fire hydrant by a fire extinguisher. Fire hydrant, that might be kind of difficult to get out of the ground. Wait, you mean to tell me they lied?
Consider the death of police officer Brian Sicknick. After reviewing the previously withheld video evidence, we can tell you with certainty that Officer Sicknick was not beaten to death by Trump voters at the Capitol. The tape shows very clearly Brian Sicknick walking into the building in apparent health after the media told us for 2 years that he had been murdered. So they were wrong about that. Okay, they got caught. Here's the interesting thing, they won't admit it. Liz Cheney's tweet is still on Twitter tonight. Officer Sicknick was killed defending our Capitol from the violent mob on January 6th. No correction. Anderson Cooper of CNN still has not apologized. Quote, Officer Brian Sicknick died after being hit in the head with a fire extinguisher during the fight, he told us. Those are lies. So why not just admit it and move on? But they won't. In fact, this week the White House trotted out both the press secretary and Joe Biden's attorney general, the attorney general of the United States, to claim not just that Brian Sicknick was actually murdered by Republicans at the Capitol, but that other officers were murdered too. It's almost beyond belief.
The writers of bipartisan knowledge, as you heard them all yesterday, you guys reported on it. We're going to condemn this false depiction of the unprecedented violent attack on our Constitution and the rule of law, which cost police officers their lives.
It was a violent attack on a fundamental tenet of American democracy, that power is peacefully transferred from one administration to another. 5 officers died.
5 officers died on that day. Now, that's just not some guy on Twitter. That's the Attorney General of the United States. Joe Biden's Attorney General, Merrick Garland, is a liar. He just lied about something that is provably false. Killed that day. Notice, he didn't tell you. No one ever tells you. No one ever shows you their autopsy. They don't want any detail. They just want the story. Now, they're counting Brian Sicknick. That's a lie. But who are the other 4? Well, those are the 4 officers who themselves after January 6th, in some cases long after January 6th. But there's we know that in fact were the result of the Republican mob at the Capitol. It's just false. And it's not some esoteric fact. That fact is available to anyone who has internet access. No police officer died that day on January 6th. Not one.
But hey, if no police officers died on January 6th, no one was bludgeoned to death with a fire extinguisher, then why are people like Amy Klobuchar, Chuck Schumer, Attorney General Merrick Garland, and even people on CNN still today saying that they were? Here's Amy Klobuchar. 4 years ago, the electoral vote certification was interrupted by a violent mob. Police officers were injured and killed. Not true. Tweeted this out today. Richard Grinnell, who served in the first Trump administration, will be serving in the second, pointed out that on CNN, they just said multiple officers lost their lives on January 6th. Not true. Not a single one lost their life. Why would they say that? Merrick Garland, the Attorney General, put out a press release claiming 5 officers died in the line of duty as a result of January 6th. And this user makes a good point. How many J6 defendants were charged with manslaughter or murder? 0. You know why? Because it wouldn't hold up in a courtroom. Yet Chuck Schumer wants you to believe that multiple officers died.
We remember all of those who were hurt, who lost their lives as a result of what happened on January 6th, 4 years ago.
We remember all those who were hurt people who died on January 6th were Trump supporters. 2 older men died from heart failure. This is unfortunately a relatively common occurrence for people over the age of 50 or 60 when they're in crowds and stressful situations, which is what happened. One person was relatively young and died by accidentally overdosing on Adderall, some kind of ADHD drug, sounds like Adderall is amphetamines. And the last person was Ashley Babbitt. She was a veteran, and shame on the officer who shot her.
So despite what the media tells you, some around definitely say something different. There is a scene of nothing but red rock with page of Trump. And it's amazing to see the president talk. You're now walking down the inaugural path. You have 3 million plus people. God bless America, patriots.
But for some reason, all of these people keep saying that officers died on January 6th. Why do you think they're saying that? So the first casualty was January 7th. It was Brian Sicknick, Capitol Police officer, who suffered 2 strokes. According to the chief medical examiner in D.C., he died of natural causes. 2 additional Capitol Police officers died 3 days after January 6th of self-inflicted wounds. They both committed. And then 6 months later, in the summer of 2021, 2 Metropolitan Police officers also committed suicide. One of those guys wasn't even there on January 6th during the riot. He showed up hours later to enforce the curfew after everyone had left. However, that didn't stop Jen Psaki from pinning his suicide on January 6th. If their deaths were considered a result of activities in the line of duty, then their widows would be permitted to get 100% annuity on their deceased husband's salary. So there were actual practical reasons for trying to connect their sides to January 6th, namely to not leave their widows in the lurch financially. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, otherwise known as AOC, actually accused the Trump-supporting DC protesters in 2021 of trying to her.
I didn't think that I was just going to be killed. I thought other things were going to happen as well.
So what sounds like what you're telling me right now is that you didn't only think that you were going to die, you thought you were going to be. And that you now understand and having thought about it is because of your experience.
Yeah, I think so.
Now, one of the reasons why it makes no sense for AOC to accuse the Jan 6 protesters of wanting to her is that she wasn't even there. She wasn't even in the Capitol. So even if there was some nefarious individual with bad intentions, he would have had to have left the Capitol, where they were certifying the Electoral College results. Is the whole point of the protest, by the way. And he would have had to have traveled to Cannon House office building, almost a quarter-mile away, just to search for AOC herself, individually. Persecution complex much? She interestingly came for her boss Nancy Pelosi, taking issue with the lack of National Guard troops.
You know, also the other fear in this situation too is where was the National Guard? And at the time, you know, now we know more stories about this, but at the time, National Guard wasn't called. And I was starting to get just this feeling in my gut that, like, in any other situation like this, they would be called, they would be here. And they're not coming. And we didn't know if they were being held off or what, but in the event that the National Guard didn't come, it was just a matter of time before the building got breached. And
yeah, it's almost like they weren't called on purpose. It's almost like someone kept them away. Did I say she came for her boss Nancy Pelosi? Just kidding. She implies that it was Trump, even though we now know a Pentagon official recently admitted that National Guard troops were purposely, intentionally kept away from the Capitol. Do you think AOC has ever asked her why?
This is ridiculous. You're going to ask me in the middle of the thing when they've already breached the inaugural stuff that people call the Capitol Police, I mean the National Guard. Why weren't the National Guard there to begin with? They thought that they had sufficient. There's not a question of how they don't know. They clearly didn't know, and I take responsibility for not having them just prepared.
Now, technically, even though Nancy Pelosi claimed falsely that Trump did not request increased National Guard troops at the Capitol that day, it has now come out that the DoD Inspector General at the time intentionally delayed the deployment of DC National Guard troops to the Capitol on January 6, 2021. So that's now proven. That's now a fact. It was Trump who said, hey, look at this. There's going to be a large amount of protesters here on the 6th. Make sure that you have sufficient National Guard or soldiers to make sure it's a safe event. He further furthermore said, hey, I don't care if you use guard, soldiers, active duty soldiers, do whatever you have to do to make sure it's safe. This House investigation goes on to show that the DoD Inspector General actually turned down the president's request for National Guard troops out of concern for optics. Poor little AOC and her office would have felt much more secure had there been National Guard troops there. Obviously, if there were enough troops that day at the Capitol to contain the violence, to contain the chaos, much of which was organized by undercover federal operatives, that's a whole other story. Had there been sufficient National Guard troops there to contain some of that chaos, to not allow it to erupt, then Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Adam Schiff, Adam Kinzinger, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris would not have been able to use that day to stop their chief political rival. Here's Trump stating the obvious that the people who actually stood to gain from January 6th had a hand in allowing it to happen.
This was an insurrection. If it was an insurrection, which there were no others, there were no anything except for the fact that they decided somebody is pushing so unnecessary, so sad.
So Nancy Pelosi wants everyone to believe that January 6th was worse than 9/11, Pearl Harbor, the U.S. Civil War, and the Holocaust combined. But she can't even convince her own daughter. Here's her daughter, and by the way, documentarian, who just happened to be invited to the Capitol on January 6th, 2021. Here's her daughter saying that January 6th was not a real insurrection.
You politicians every night comparing it to Pearl Harbor. That was the reason they're on the seat is national project for 7 months.
Well, the reason, see, I think time is going to remember that right now people are saying, you know, there's 2 things. Media needs stuff to fill. I mean, if you're watching the January 6th, like, January 6th, 24/7. If there was an insurrection, you were supposed to be in line, unless you were military. This was a plan.
Exactly. So you sit down, overnight with people, go over, right? You're going to go here, you're going to go over on this side. At this time, the table is not.
If it was an insurrection, sorry, no worry, no gun, no things done, I just want you to find out.
Okay. Well, we did just walking with Trump fighting. That's it. I get it. So I thought the concept was good or bad. See, you didn't walk into the Senate. Back to back.
I think I need to throw out their 50-12 charge.
She goes on to talk about Gavin McInnes, one of the Proud Boys organizers, says that he was one of her best friends, that he's a Brooklyn minister, and that maybe he tries to rile people up or trigger people. Like he's sort of incendiary sometimes, but it has nothing to do with white supremacy. That's something that her mom and other people, of course, perpetrated for the last 8 years. By the way, it was confirmed that the FBI had at least 26 confidential human sources at the Capitol on January 6th. As J.D. Vance points out in his retweet, yes, for those keeping score at home, this was labeled a dangerous conspiracy theory only months ago. So yeah, the government's own indictments prove that federal informants were organizers and participants going into the restricted area, potentially involved in some of the violent activities on January 6, 2021 at the Capitol. And the suppressed security footage shows mostly peaceful and unarmed crowds staying confined to the tourist ropes. This prompted an epic tweet from Norm Macdonald at the time, rest in peace. He said, "I love when the violent terrorists make sure to respect the velvet ropes and statuary hall." Of course, Norm Macdonald and Trump supporters are conveniently leaving out this attack on the White House from 2020. As a result of this violence, the president and his family had to hide out in a bunker to be removed from the White House. Man, these MAGA supporters just have no self-control. Oh wait, this was Black Lives Matter and Democrat voters, i.e. communists, who openly call for the overthrow of the government. So if these people voted for Republicans instead of Democrats, I wonder how the news media would have reported on these incidents in the summer of 2020. Maybe that's a part of the reason why so many Americans, many of whom don't even necessarily like Trump, do not buy the official narrative about January 6th, because violence like this was commonplace for 6 months before January 6th. Of course, the House Committee on January 6th was looking into what happened that day. People that they were looking into what happened that day, but they, for some mysterious reason, decided never to invite the chief of Capitol Police to testify. I wonder why.
Ask yourself, why did the January
January 6th committee never requested that I come and publicly testify. Think about that. I'm the chief of the Capitol Police. To have me come down and publicly testify for the January 6th committee because I think they were concerned. They would begin to show what went on the 6th, what went on the days leading up to the 6th, and what was involved in the political leadership and employees.
But this is all besides the fact that the Democrat Party has notoriously worked with former domestic terrorists in the past. This is Susan Rosenberg, who had a hand in actually blowing up the Capitol. In 1990, committed by Bill Clinton, and she currently works for a social justice nonprofit that has contributed to funding Black Lives Matter. Barack Obama had infamously associated with Bill Ayers. Both Ayers and Rosenberg were associated with terrorist offshoots of the Weather Underground in the 1970s. These were groups run by disgruntled but fairly wealthy leftist youths who had explicitly called for the overthrow of the U.S. government, but had no serious plans to actually follow through, apart from mostly isolated incidents of domestic terrorism. Now, these leftist groups in the 70s were not actually going to overthrow the government, and federal operatives and the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys or Nick Fuentes' outfit, they're also not trying to overthrow the government. Unfortunately, the people at January 6th who knew what they were doing and who had ulterior motives were simply participating in a big charade to keep Trump out of office. The people who did not know that they were a part of that were being used, or in Trump's words, playing into the hands of people trying to use them. But the good news is that it mostly didn't work, and it didn't keep Trump out of office. So maybe we should finally let it go. And maybe we should prosecute the people who set all this up for treason. Sadly, the intelligence community has been involved in manufacturing events like this for so long that there are being far too many people to prosecute. It's probably just going to be let bygones be bygones, and hopefully we can get some kind of big reveal at some point. Though I would love for all of these secrets to be revealed one day, for the people who were part of it to be prosecuted, I will just settle for commuting the sentences of people who weren't violent on that day, because I think it sets a very dangerous and concerning precedent when U.S. citizens are being imprisoned by their government for their political speech. Anyway, if you got this far in my video, thank you so much. You know who you are, and I'll catch you on the next one.
I'm sorry, you can't get up.
Police are at the home of Norm Carricker after receiving a frantic call from her son. He was heavily drunk but managed to say enough. Someone ran out of the house and he heard his mother scream.
Police department! Ma'am! Oh.
Norma was already dead, strangled with a bungee cord.
14 other units declared the house. This looks like homicide. You want me to get a 10-9 track started? Somebody ran out the back door?
In the days that followed, detectives would uncover an extensive list of suspects, each with their own dark motives, jealous exes, hidden family secrets, a lucrative life insurance payout, and even a decades-old family murder, turning this seemingly simple welfare check into one of the most twisted homicide cases the town had ever seen.
These are only information. Without you giving up.
Gary, did you look for deal for money? Can I use the sucker for 1 year? You're going to end up dead.
Sheriff's so good making you outside. Come on, I'm gonna kill them all.
In the early hours of a Wednesday morning at 1:30 a.m., police in Troy, Illinois, received a confusing call from an intoxicated man.
Your mom's not responding. Does she need an ambulance?
I didn't even want to go in there. They were like, bang.
Does she need an ambulance?
I don't know. I have no idea.
So do you want your walker checked on her then?
Please.
Okay, what is your name, sir?
My name is Neil. Let me out.
The caller struggled to provide clear details, but it was apparent that someone inside the home was unresponsive. With limited information, 2 officers were quickly dispatched to investigate the strange situation, not knowing exactly what they'd find upon their arrival.
in the basement. Mom tells me screws up the kitchen. That she's got a date on the way.
Okay.
And I guess it said date on the burger. On the Henry's burger. I don't know. I'm afraid to go in that room. I heard a dog whining in that room.
So you live here, sir?
Yeah, I live in the basement. I had open heart surgery. So I can't hear.
So she did that?
My mom does it every day by accident. Some old thorough country music. Because she misses her husband or whatever, but she brings out a good little outfit.
So unfortunately, she can't do that. We can certainly check on her to make sure she's okay. If you would,
Please. Man, the dog is whining.
so you live in this house,
I
though?
live in the basement.
Okay, so you live here. That's all you
Man, the dog is trying to get out.
Well, I tell you what, how about this? How about you go see your
Clearly intoxicated, Neil struggled to explain himself. It sounded like his mother had a date over, but he failed to clarify what was wrong. Despite their uncertainty, officers followed Neil inside, completely aware of the gruesome murder scene they were walking into.
What's up, dude?
You
Why are you?
I'm telling you, she's gonna get up.
Okay, but you can hear her?
She's not a word. I pushed her a couple times. She's waiting out the mouth.
She what?
Waiting out the mouth.
Waiting on
Police department.
She got blood in the room. I said, she's not. They called me,
Ma'am. Oh, shit.
Officers stepped inside to find Neil's mother, Norma Carricker, lying unconscious on her bed with a cord wrapped around her neck. It was clear she'd been strangled, but Officer Alex quickly realized something else. She might still be alive.
Where did I go?
Right now, let's do anything.
146, 2 later.
I'm putting on my car in the water. Follow me. Follow me.
As Neil was detained and removed from the scene, Officer Alex immediately began performing CPR on Norma. She wasn't breathing, but her body was still warm, indicating she had only recently stopped breathing, and there was still hope she could be saved.
Hey, LT, this look here real quick. She's still warm to the touch. Somebody's trying to get us outside here. So we have to address the house. Okay. I'll report on her. He said the son's intoxicated. He said somebody ran out the back. No description. We had him detained in the car. We had him detained. Okay. I told him, he said she had somebody over here. But he said that she was just talking to him a couple of minutes ago. She's warm. No pulse.
Officer Alex continued performing CPR for over 7 minutes, desperately trying to save Norma's life. Paramedics soon arrived and immediately took over, continuing life-saving efforts. At the same time, officers scrambled to search the property for the man Neil claimed had fled the scene. A canine unit was dispatched to track any trace of the mysterious suspect.
You want me to get canine track started? He said, somebody ran out the back door. He's intoxicated. It looks like someone grabbed a bungee cord around her neck. Okay, where was he at when you got here? He was outside. We contacted him. Towel.
the mysterious gates seemed to have vanished without a trace, and the search revealed no tracks or evidence indicating where he'd gone. Back inside the house, there was nothing the paramedics could do to save Noah. Too much time had passed for her airway blocked. She was declared deceased at the scene. What officers didn't yet realize is that Noah was the wife of the late Charles Carricker, the former mayor of Troy, Illinois. Since then, she's been trying to rebuild her life with her son, Neil Howard, whose own father had also died tragically years before. These details will become much more important later on in the investigation. Officers had no immediate clues to track down Noah's estate, so they brought Neil to the police station, hoping his sober recollection might help clarify exactly what happened. Initially, investigators believed they had a clear-cut case. Either Neil Howard was responsible for his mother's murder, or the unidentified date she spent the evening with was. But they had no idea Neil's interview was only the tip of the iceberg. They soon would uncover others close to Norma with strong motives to see her dead. But before we get to that, have you ever wondered what your ancestors were really like? MyHeritage is the easiest way to find out, which is why I partnered with them. They can help you build out your family tree and uncover relatives you never even knew existed. Start by entering MyHeritage's Magic 7. 7 basic facts about my parents and grandparents. Instant discoveries exploded. 50 plus new relatives. They discovered Patsy Warburton Hilton, my paternal grandmother. They were able to get a records match surfacing her official death record. This linked back to a photograph of Patsy's mother's grave, a headstone in Kingston. Even further, I used the deep nostalgia feature to enhance, colorize, and animate the picture of my great-grandmother Inez. I literally watched her smile at me from 1940. They even surfaced a long-lost wedding portrait of one of my great-great-grandfathers, and I brought that to life with the live memory feature. MyHeritage also turned up my great-great-grandfather, Trigger Berg. He worked as a chaplain, meaning he had a key clergy role under the main priest in Oslo in 1891. They also discovered his father, Sverker, who also worked as a chaplain, most probably in the parish of Sondre Innebekk, a rural area southeast of Oslo. They are the number one
responded to some bullshit that I said, which is great. Content fiesta. Let's see. He titled it, they're still mad about this. So obviously I responded immediately. Disliked. Look at that. Dislike. 139. Okay. Why did he shadow ban my fucking comment, you little fuck? Did one of your fucking editors hide my name from your channel?
Breaking news! Twitch streamer Emu has accused fellow streamer Miskid of assault, abuse, stalking, harassment, and threats of blackmail. Now, this is something that I was waiting to go out with for a very long time. Alright, I kind of knew this was happening a little bit behind the scenes. Not to any sources or anything, but we all kind of knew this was happening. Especially me, who was in fact correct the entire time for years. In fact, some would argue that I was in fact something to be free-watching. I free-watch reality and then they make content. Now, Miskid's eyebrows are not the only war crimes in this stream. There are also a lot of other crazy things that are happening. So, everybody made a stream talking about it. Miskid posted lots of other content. I am not going to go through all of every single stream because it'll be long. What I am instead going to do is I am going to give you the breakdown. That's right. This is going to be the only video that doesn't react to infinite streams and give you all, I'll give you all the lore, with actual merit. Alright, I'm going to explain why. Because, well, not only the actual vindicated, obviously, but I am vindicated. It's almost like I saw years ago. Now, I'm going to show you a very, very deep dive in this given work. Alright, and I'll tell you how I write about everything. And so, this is a drawn on documents over the years, including all sorts of climbing cherry trees in Japan, and pissing off the people in Japan by being disrespectful and stuff. So this is Mizkif. He is a large, very popular, was very popular. Now he's more infamous than popular. But if you actually look back into his videos, I'm going to show you what his videos looked like several years ago. Now remember, Mizkif is apparently not controversial enough to be kicked out of, let's say, Baby No Money's stream or his music videos. He would collab with famous singer-rapper guys that would be more than happy to throw people like Asmongold under the bus. Now, to make it clear, anyone like me, I'm a Nazi controversial guy, right? I'm a controversial Jewish Nazi classic Jewish Nazi. Whereas Mizkif is a lovely, wholesome Chungus, accepted streamer guy. Now, if you actually look at his videos from 2 years ago, this is when I originally called There Was Something Up With Him, you actually notice something very interesting. All of his content is essentially, I got women on stream, and I hang out with women on stream, and me and women on stream are doing fun hangout things. Alright, so Mizkif would sit there in his Austin bedroom, Austin apartment, and he would open up the freaking doors, and people would just come into his house, and they would all chill out there, and they would make epic sauce content together, him and women, in the videos, and then, you know, we actually do the drama, blah, classic. But this is just classic Mizkif style content. Now, I'm going to tell you something a little bit controversial, and that is that, look at all of his videos. Every single one is like this, where he's sitting in his room and he gets some random Twitch or, usually, on the stream, walking into children. Now, the reason is very simple. The reason is views, and the reason is also, Mizkif might have been Twitch's idiot. So, realistically, a lot of allegations came out against Mizkif now, but I will give you some breakdown that will change your perspective on perhaps this fine young fella. Mizkif then, respecter of women, mass collaborator, female streamers, he held girls in a male-dominated industry, progressive outside politics, racing is bad, gambling is bad, petco is bad, feminism is base, Mizkif now, allegations of government assault, allegations of sexual assault, allegations of harassment, allegations of regulating women every single time. Now, follow me on Twitter, content all Twitter. But you should also take note that people got really upset at me. People got, well, not in the comments so much, but mostly like people screenshotting it and stuff. People got really upset at me. It's like, why are you like calling out these things? These are cooking guys. These are cooking guys. These are male feminists. What do you mean? What do you mean, guys? What do you mean? So I got some people noting that the male feminists play those, which is true. But I get infinite amounts of people trying to shit on me for saying that. Are you saying that all of these things are bad? No, I'm kidding. Obviously, I'm not saying all of these things are bad, but I think they call for rationality in politics, respecter of women, collaborators with female streamers, tends to very often be some sort of facade. Alright, it's almost always these guys. You know, because I'll give you an alternative, because people will piss at me for this, but I'll give you an alternative. If Mizkif, instead of doing this whole whoring around thing, would have instead, you know, married someone and built a family with her, and never collabed with other female streamers, sitting on his lap and painting his face and shit, or whatever they were doing, this wouldn't have happened. He would actually be having a wonderful life right now. Yeah, that's right. He made fun of Charlie Kirk's assassination. Obviously, it's the virtue signal crowd. He has the correct opinion, guys. He has the correct side of politics. What do you mean? What do you mean? He's just a guy that's so progressive and respects women so much, he'll only rape some of them, allegedly. So I'm really glad that we're covering this, and I'm going to cover it from the perspective as an outsider, because I don't really know Mizkif personally. I don't really know Emiru personally. We've spoken a few times, but I don't really know her personally. So I'm going to do my best as a third party, but I will tell you that I actually spoke to someone who was making a giant merch company. I'm probably going to have merch soon, by the way. But I was talking to someone who made a merch company, and he said, I know streamers, I know Mizkif. Can you get me in contact with Mizkif? I think we can work well together. And I told him, and this was during the Mizkif, collaborating with every woman on the planet era, before he ever got into like controversies. And I said, look, I'm going to tell you right now, there's something that's going to come out about Mizkif. All right, something's going to happen. It's inevitable. It's kind of inevitable. He's like a male feminist. He's super progressive, and he hangs out with every woman on the planet. Something's going to happen. And well, I mean, listen, I'm not. Well, something happened. So it all started in the end of 2022.
So at the end of 2022, Trainwreck made a tweet. All right, this is just some extra lore. Are you going to send Maya and Mitch to railroad and blackmail me like you did to those girls to cover up all the sexual assaults, you fucking scumbag piece of shit? You went to come at me and make shit up. Then you better be sure you don't live in a glass house, you insecure pussy. This is a response of Trainwreck to Mischief, who was basically saying, gambling is immoral. Right now, to be clear, I think gambling isn't moral. I don't think you should gamble. I don't think it's good or healthy for you. I don't think you should gamble. Well, like taking gambling sponsorship, maybe, because it'll probably make me a lot of money. But I don't think it's healthy or good for you to gamble. It's not. It's not a good thing, and I'm not going to make believe it is. So, Mischief does this whole gambling bad virtue signal, and Trainwreck's like, you really going to do this, bro, when you're out there fucking hiding sexual assault? Now, this is a massive controversy drama at some point, and eventually OTK, which is the company that these woke streamers all got together. This is back when before Asmongold became political. This is where all the they were so cool, they were all hanging out with all the girls and guys. It was amazing. And OTK basically made a fucking this was the size of the font, goddammit. This was the size of the font, man. Essentially saying we stand against sexual assault and we're looking into it, and it seems like something kind of happened. These are allegations. We're going to investigate it. Blah blah blah. Anyway, now the reason why people found this suspicious is because Mischief kind of sort of admitted it. Mischief kind of admitted that this was going on, which is definitely a twist. No one saw this one coming. Turns out the largest enemy of the Mischief was the Mischief himself.
That sucks. I told him, like, look, you didn't rape anybody, you know? It's one thing, I feel like, I mean, like, you didn't do anything.
He didn't do anything. It wasn't rape.
And, like, people make it seem like he did.
It's pretty weird.
Like, when people like think of it, they think that he stuck his fucking dick inside her.
Right. But thank God that didn't happen. That would be bad.
And I'm like, that's what people perceive it as when they don't. People probably don't know the situation.
Right. It was only sexual assault. It wasn't literal rape, so didn't do nothing.
No, it's not. It's not 90% of people. Look, I don't think there's a single person that we used to hang out with that doesn't hang out with like anymore because of what happened. I actually think there's literally none. Because the reality is, worst comes to worst of it, it's fucking like sexual harassment, right?
Bro! Yikers! Mikers!
Like no one can deem it. It's sexual harassment, whatever.
Assault.
At a low scale, it's not really a big deal.
Low scale.
I don't think people really gave a shit and really cared. John turns off.
Yeah, no one really cares. He only put in one finger or something. I don't really know all the details, but it was like a B-tier sexual assault at best, to be honest. It was B-tier sexual assault, not even close to like A-tier assault or S-tier harassment. So anyway, not really a big deal. No one actually really cares. So to be honest, this was kind of his response to the whole covering up. Well, this wasn't his response. This was literally a clip from his stream. Investigations not by direct evidence that Mischief attempted to minimize or cover up sexual assault as alleged. But Mischief was on video being like, yeah, low-tier sexual assault, whatever. So anyway, my let's just say expectations were low, and oh my, was it even worse than I thought in every way. So we're going to be showing you a couple of clips from the actual Emira's stream where she exposed the shit out of him. And we are going to take it from there. We're going to look at his response. You should definitely lock in. I spent a long time going through fucking all of the shit so that we can cover this in an efficient and productive manner. Definitely subscribe, because on this channel, not only do we make fun of retards, but we also make fun of feminists. Because retards and feminists get along sometimes. They hold hands and they dance together. It's pretty beautiful. Right, we have male feminist Mischief out here, the banner boy of women. Right, everyone calls Asmongold a misogynist, but last I checked, Asmongold didn't fucking rape anybody, so... it's a rough day, it's a rough day.
Last week, everything I said on my stream...
I'm thinking about it now. They called Charlie Kirk. Bro, they called Charlie Kirk a misogynist. And this guy laughed at Charlie Kirk's death. Mischief laughed at Charlie Kirk's death. They called Charlie Kirk a misogynist. Charlie Kirk might have been a quote-unquote misogynist, but he was a man married to a woman that he never cheated on, that he had multiple children with, that they built a beautiful family together. All right? Now you have these people, anti-misogynists, they're all fucking racists. What are we doing? It's a horrible day. It's a horrible day to be woke. It's not easy to be woke. All right, let's see.
Last week, everything I said on my stream was accurate, obviously, except for one thing. I was wrong about one thing. I was going over the tweet that Twitch initially put out, where they're like, oh yeah, this thing happened to us.
So this is her referring to the fact that she was sexually assaulted, poor girl, at TwitchCon, literally on camera, and Twitch never really apologized for any of that.
High-profile creator, police were on site, we're cooperating with law enforcement investigations. What I was wrong about was, they were not cooperating with law enforcement investigations.
Oh my God!
I found that out on Monday when I got a phone call from the San Diego police, and they were talking to me, and they basically said, hey, we can't really do anything right now because they apparently know the name of the guy, but they're not giving it to us until a warrant goes through.
Bro.
Which, if you know anything about that stuff, it usually takes a while. Even if it's expedited, which it was being expedited for me, but it still takes a long time. And they're like, yeah, they're refusing to give us the name, which, as far as I'm aware, is like a very common company thing. Where they'll be, they don't want to give out names of potential people involved in crimes because then that person could maybe like sue them for maybe they're police. I don't know, something like that.
That sounds like bullshit to me.
Basically,
okay, whatever.
Twitch was trying to make sure that the guy that assaulted me didn't sue them, which meant that the police were not able to work on the case right away. So yeah, I got a call about that on, I believe it was Monday, from the San Diego police. They were like, yeah, we're working on a warrant, but like right now, that's like all we can really do, but like we're trying our best, just like want to let you know, we're gonna keep moving with our thing. I was like, okay. I was very frustrated because I was like, damn, like, I didn't know that on Saturday. I would have said that if I knew that.
No shit. So that's crazy. Essentially, they kind of let this guy get sort of off the hook. They don't want to give his name out and stuff. That's insane. It's almost like the company Twitch, which literally is seeming to run defense for terrorists, is also running defense for rapists. It's pretty weird how that keeps happening. It's kind of odd. I feel like there's an overlap there in the Twitch priority. Anyway, then Emmy releases the bombshell that she is actually in the process of filing a restraining order against Miskiff.
I also want to say, just so people know that I'm not just trying to like put this out there and then, I am already in the process of filing a restraining order on him in both Texas and California. I also want to...
So, first of all, obviously, you need to do this. Obviously, that is the case. That's first and foremost and very important. Secondly, I think she should have done this before she made her stream. I think it should have been finalized. And I'll tell you why. From a legal perspective, especially in Texas, it's really easy to get sued for defamation when you're calling someone a rapist / sexual assaulter. So I really think that it would be nice if she actually had something in paper and in writing to say that this is an actual, fully justified reason to why she's coming out. But anyway, I'm happy she's doing it because this guy seems unhinged. He really seems unhinged. And honestly, I don't want him to kill himself, but it really does seem like he's... Well, we're going to look at his response. We're going to look at his response. Now, anywho, let's see how Miskiff has been reacting to her after their breakup before we get to the actual... allegations.
I also had a couple other streamers report to me that he would obsessively watch my stream and not in like, oh, I wonder what Emmy's doing right now, where like having my stream open, like he would be obsessively and attentively hate watching my stream, like watching my stream and just saying horrible things almost every time that I've been live this year. And they tell me that he would want to discuss how people
respecter of women, by the way.
Did I still want him?
That's some abuser talk. Holy shit, what is that? Again, I'm not confirming any allegations or anything. We're going through this together. We're going to come up with our own conclusions at the end, alright? Which I already come to. But I'm not going to spoil my actual conclusions. But yikes!
Interesting, considering I never replied. And he would ask other guys if they thought I had slept with anyone this year.
What the fuck? Again, war culture is not good. Alright, I want to make this clear. Alright, war culture is bad. It really is. Yeah, like, and I'll be real, I'll be honest. I know that people are going to like say, Max, why are you using this as a moment to push your agenda? The answer is because it's not my agenda. It's God's. It's literally almost like the ideal way for you to lead your life is to get married to one person and have kids and build a family and not actually, live in this weird hedonistic society, Silence of the Lambs kind of shit, bro. Out here fucking around with everything that moves, chasing women around. Like, dude, what are we doing, guys? About man wars too, all of them. Goddamn. Build a family. What are you doing? What are you doing? Not only is it what God would want, but it's also better. It's literally better for you personally. You do it from a selfish perspective. Just get married and have kids, bro. What is this? Anyway.
Like, I don't fucking know, man. And then, they told me he would say stuff like...
Again, this isn't me calling Emmy a whore or anything. I don't know anything about her personal life. But this is essentially, this culture is what leads to Misgift going around asking people who she slept with and stuff like that. I don't actually know what she does in her personal life. I have no idea. But bro! This shit sucks. This is Hollywood. It's Hollywood, but for like gay teenagers.
No, there's no way she's done that. She's not like that. And she's probably waiting for me. Just really fucking gross stuff like that. And a couple of streamers in LA also told me that he was telling people that me and him still talk all the time. We weren't together anymore because
he's trying to save his reputation here by making believe they're still besties.
He was too mature, and I was not ready. I was
just too mature. She's not ready. She's waiting. She's gonna get back, bro. Bro's a psycho, if that's true.
Too mature. But yeah, you could see from the messages I showed. I'm not sure if, like, I mean, people could go back and read them.
Holy insecurity, man.
He was begging me to take him back for the majority of this year, which was 7 or 8 months total. And like I said, some of the messages were even, I believe, ChatGPT. Not that it really matters. It's just...
Yeah, that's just weird.
Right?
Just weird.
As of today, it's been about 2 months since he has attempted to contact me directly. I think because about 2 months ago was when he started kind of getting scared that I might have been, like, you know, telling people things.
Yikes. Now, a lot of people seem to have known what was going on. Like, I had someone in the chat saying that FaZe knew about it and they were clip teasing. Like, the reality is a lot of people kind of knew about this, but as long as Emiru didn't want to come out with the info, it's not really necessarily people's place to always come out with stuff like this if she personally didn't want to. Again, I feel bad for anyone else that was hurt because this stuff gets kept silent. The issue is there's so many false allegations on Twitch that, like, who's gonna even believe you? Like, coming out with something like this means you're stepping right into the furnace, you know? Like, it's definitely a rough, multifaceted situation. Definitely a rough, multifaceted situation. But the reality is, this is literally crack for high school drum, okay? Not that these are high school age. Obviously, these are not high school age people. These are adults in their 20s and 30s. But like, bro, this is fucking awful. It's a pathetic culture. It really is such an unbelievably pathetic culture. And of course, it pushes all these progressive values shit. Because that's literally it's the gay child culture that never wants to grow up. Like that's what we're looking at. We're looking at a lot of kids that don't want to grow up necessarily. And I think that watching Misgift act like a fucking anime stalker, talking about how I'm secretly likes me, and I'm secretly gonna, I'm just gonna make her base.
He would throw bottles, like plastic balls with liquid in it, not like glass bottles, at me, despite me telling him, like, I didn't like it, and it scared me, and I bruised very easily. He would,
that sounds like assault to me, if it's true.
Throw his phone at me, I would tell him, you know, it scared me, I don't like it, and one time it even hit me in the eye, which caused me to get a black eye,
Bro.
but he always, you know...
Sounds like assault to me. Anyway.
It's like, oh, it's
I don't know who Misgift is, but I remember Emiru was the chick that got, I don't want to say attacked, but that dude tried to kiss her at TwitchCon, and that was a big thing about it. And I watched a bunch of shit on that, because that was when I was first starting to stream, and I was worried Twitch was going to go under because of it. But apparently Twitch is untouchable.
Films, books, TV series, and even video games have narrated and often celebrated the story of the Italo-American Mafia, a story of violence, pressure, and corruption at all levels of society, which swings between the two extremes, turning Mafia dons into folk heroes and painting the entire Italo-American community as criminal minority. Both extremes are, of course, far from reality, and the origins of the Mafia in the late 19th century are particularly complex and seldom covered, with narratives tending to focus on the period during Prohibition and up to the present day. But the Mafia was around almost half a century before Prohibition in the States. So, how did they get their start, and who were the major players? We're putting a cement sheet. And let's dive in, shall we? To begin with, any discussion of the Italo-American Mafia first needs to travel back to the old country and revisit the origin story of the two crime syndicates that would shape it, the Mafia and the Camorra. Some interpretations of the Mafia, both the word and the organisation, delve into mythical territory, tracing back its origins to obscure secret societies or East Sicilian Vespers, a massacre of French occupiers perpetrated by Sicilians in 1282. But let's focus on the more likely and more recent origin story instead, shall we? In 1861, Sicily became part of the unified Kingdom of Italy, which did not alter much the daily living conditions of most Sicilians in the countryside who were employed as farm labourers by large estate owners. The aristocrats spent little time in their properties, delegating their security to private guards, the Cambieri. Around this time, some impoverished peasants dropped picked up their guns, pursuing a life of crime. These newly formed gangs of bandits eventually joined forces with the Cambieri with the common goal, becoming rich at the expense of their former employers. But unlike ordinary criminals, they seldom directly robbed the landowners for vast amounts of money. Instead, they first created a problem. The constant threat of violence, kidnapping, or arson against their wealthy targets, their families, and their properties. They then offered a solution. If you pay us a steady amount of money, we will keep you, your family, and your stuff free from harm. In other words, they've created a good old protection racket. An interesting fact here, the protection money extorted by the Mafia is called piso, or beak in Sicilian. The term comes from the practice of offering a drink in exchange for services being rendered. When you drink, you wet your beak. And by 1868, this criminal use of the word was already being reported. And speaking of words in the 60s, the words Mafia and mafioso were also being used, but their connotation to describe the members of a criminal organization became widespread in 1863 thanks to the wildly popular play The Mafioso of Vicaria. The origin and meaning of the word mafia is still debated today. Most interpretations agree that the word may have Arabic roots and that originally it meant a form of swagger or bravado. Otherwise, it may have derived from the Arabic words for meeting or exemption from the law. Whatever the case, in the mid and late 1860s, mafia gangs or cossae grew in numbers and power, influencing, corrupting, penetrating, or even replacing state authority. For example, when Sicilian landowners benefited from a boom in demand for citrus fruit, they preferred to rely on the services of the Mafia to protect their business. The large and best organised gang to emerge in the period was the Brotherhood, formed in 1883 by the merger of two previously rival gangs. The Brotherhood organised rituals, practices, and structures laid common to the Sicilian Mafia as a whole. For example, members were initiated by pricking their fingers and squeezing drops of blood onto a religious image, which would then be burnt. The Brotherhood also imposed the military-like organisations to assess the members. They were divided into squads. Each was led by a capocino, capo meaning boss or head. The capocinos reported to a small number of under-bosses. In turn, they ruled by the capo, the boss, the top dog, always flanked by the trusty advisor, the consigliere. His 500 brothers in the surrounding towns also devised codes to identify some random stranger as a member of the Brotherhood or similar Mafia gang. They reportedly initiated a conversation about having a toothache, to which the stranger replied that yes, they had a toothache too. The date in which the element had started corresponded to the date of initiation into the criminal outfit. Now, when Italian police forces are considered in opposition to the Mafia, they're often described as being incompetent, impotent, or just downright corrupt. While there was a certain level of corruption at a high level, which we're going to address later, the police were far from helpless. For example, 2 years after the Brotherhood had been founded in 1885, 1/5 of its members had already been arrested and not on trial. The following year, Inspector Rologhi published the first comprehensive study on the Mafia and its factors and its manifestations, which contained a key insight into the mind of the mafioso. To quote, he makes himself seem naive, stupidly attentive to what you are saying. He endures insults and slaps with patience. Then, the same evening, he shoots you.
A notable case of such shenanigans was Marquis Emmanuel Nota Bartolo. In his capacity as director of the Bank of Sicily, the Marquis discovered that certain other members of the board of directors had ties to the mafia, the most corrupt individual being Don Raphael Palizzolo, a member of Parliament. Nota Bartolo denounced the situation in 1889, but Palizzolo's friends in the Ministry of Commerce intercepted his reports and distributed them to the board of directors instead. As a result, the Marquis was forcibly retired in 1890. 3 years later, Nota Bartolo discovered that the Bank of Sicily was involved in a massive fraudulent operation, but before he could report it, he was stabbed to death on a train to Palermo on February 1st, 1993. The investigation into his death was led by Palermo's chief of police, Armano Sangiorgi. In 1902, he finally succeeded in bringing to trial Don Palazzolo and Juan Giuseppe Fontana as instigator and executor of the murder, respectively. Chief Sangiorgi gathered 500 witnesses to testify against them. Both culprits were found guilty. But 6 months later, the sentence was overturned. Don Palazzolo returned to Palermo, while Fontana emigrated to New York to resume his life of crime. On this note, Sicily was one of the chief exporters of Italian nationals to the US, alongside the region of Campania and its capital Naples. These areas could boast their local equivalents of the mafia, which may be less known, but is by no means less vicious, the Camorra. Its origins are likewise murky and disputed. The first Camorra gangs may have originated from bands of Sardinian mercenaries back in the 16th century, although they have originated in the 1810s in small groups of robbers and pimps that had taken on a more formal hierarchical structure. As for the name, the word Camorra may be the contraction of a phrase meaning boss of the Mora, where the Mora was a popular street game. Whatever the case, sometime before the 1820s, the term Camorra came to indicate the act of extortion related to the organization itself. And by the way, when we use the term organization, we do so in a very loose way. Unlike the Sicilian mafia, in fact, the Neapolitan Camorra has always been a decentralized body with multiple clans elbowing for influence and power, sometimes in the constrained environments of a single neighborhood. The Camorristi and Mafioso, however, had much in common, a business model initially centered around extortion, which later branched out into illegal smuggling and trafficking and the use of initiation rituals. In the case of the Camorra, new members had to fight in a codified duel, either with a knife or pistol, which left them with visible scars to mark a honor in the long run. After 1861's unification, Italian police cracked down on the Camorra with the usual setbacks caused by political corruption experienced in Sicily. But local officers did score many successes too, as alluded to, causing many prominent bosses to flee Naples and relocate to the United States. Across the Atlantic, members of the Mafia and the Camorra initially engaged in bitter feuds, before gradually joining forces into what would be called the American Mafia. Now this brings us to the New World. In 1880 alone, more than 12,000 Italians were recorded entering the US. 10 years later, that number had more than quadrupled. In 1903 and 1915, an annual average of 200,000 Italians resettled in the States. Most of these immigrants came from southern Italy and Sicily, and tended to settle in the various little Italies mushrooming in New York, Philadelphia, Chicago, and New Orleans, among others. The majority of the newcomers were, of course, honest and hardworking people in search of a new life for themselves and potentially for their families. But, as alluded to, amongst them lurked the proverbial rotten apples, Mafioso and Camorristi, on the run from the Italian police. These ne'er-do-wells were in pursuit of new markets, export their chief paradoxical product, the threat of violence, followed by the protection against said violence. Even those who were not wanted by the law because they had already served their sentence, had very good reason to pack up and move to the eastern seaboard. You see, even when released from prison, Mafioso were put under a strict special surveillance by Italian authorities, which forbade them from going out late at night and having a drink with their pals. Now, you might wonder how such individuals with criminal histories could immigrate away so easily. Well, often those same authorities were complicit in favouring the export of criminal gangs. To get rid of these undesirables, including the Italian authorities had to provide these individuals with false papers to help them with their relocation to anywhere else except Italy. As for the first official records of those individuals' criminal activities in the United States in 1878, the San Francisco Examiner reported about an extortion racket operated by a gang of Sicilians calling themselves La Mafia. San Francisco police eventually arrested four of these mafioso who had made killings, literally and figuratively, preying on other fellow Italians. This was a common aspect of the early Italo-American Mafia. They often chose their targets amongst Italian business owners who were rules of the Piso game. The next big case encountered Hennessy was investigating Hennessy busted a gang of 75 Sicilians who specialized in committing extortion and arrested their leader, Juan Giuseppe Fontana. This gentleman fled Sicily after being involved in the kidnapping of a younger English banker, John Forrester Rhodes.
turf war to control the waterfronts. In March of 1891, Hennessy was able to take one of the rival families to trial, the Provenzanos, but the bosses successfully appealed the sentence. Before they could be tried again, Hennessy was killed with a blast from the mafia's signature weapon, a sawn-off shotgun. The aftermath of this caused extreme tension between the US and Italy, including talk of war between the two nations. To begin with, the police reaction was draconian, leading to the indiscriminate arrest of hundreds of Italian immigrants. The initial roundup resulted in only 19 individuals being indicted, but those were eventually acquitted. This did not sit well with lawyer William S. Parkinson, who incited the citizens of New Orleans into pursuing summary justice, stating, "What protection or assurance of protection is there left for us when the very head of our police department, our chief of police, is assassinated in our very midst by the mafia society, and his assassins are turned loose on the community? Will every man here follow me and see the murder of Hennessy avenged? Are there men enough here to set aside the verdict of that infamous jury, every one of whom is a perjurer or a scoundrel?" And so it was that a mob baying for blood stormed the jailhouse where some of the arrested men were still behind bars. They seized 11 of the indicted Italians, dragged them into the streets, and lynched them. At the time, Associated Press described the lynch mob as such, quote, "It was not an unruly midnight mob. It was simply a sullen, determined body of citizens who took into their own hands what justice had ignominiously failed to do." Future President Theodore Roosevelt was also unfazed by the violence, commenting in a private letter, "Personally, things are rather good." These attitudes reflected the discrimination towards Italian immigrants, particularly at the time, a stance which appalled the Italian government, resulting in Italy breaking off diplomatic relations with the United States and putting a naval squadron on alert. As noted, there were even talks of actual war erupting. And today, while you might imagine the Italian Navy threatening the US Navy to be a bit laughable, back then American naval personnel numbered just 9,247 officers and sailors after many years of downsizing. Diffusing the situation, President Benjamin Harrison ultimately condemned the acts of the New Orleans lynch mob and did various things to help smooth things over. For example, in April of 1892, he offered to pay an indemnity to the relatives of the victims. He further supported Congress in passing a resolution to institute a new holiday on October the 12th, which became a staple celebration for Italian communities, though arguably the most controversial American holiday today, Columbus Day. This crisis obviously did nothing to stem the tide of criminal gangs crossing the pond. In 1901, Sicilian communities in New York saw the arrival of the most powerful mafioso to land in Little Italy yet, one Don Vito Casciofera. Don Vito is credited for first bringing to the US the concept of Piso, but as we have learned, protection rackets have been in fashion since at least 1878. But his arrival coincides with the emergence of what appeared to be a sinister secret society, particularly active in that kind of business, the Mano Nera, the Black Hands, or at least that's how the press depicted it. To clarify, gangsters who practiced extortion presented themselves as being members of this Black Hand society, but in actuality, there was never such a secret society with a well-defined set of members. Any mafia or Camorra gang, or even individual entrepreneurs could appropriate the Black Hand branding to intimidate their victims. We could define it as both a method of extortion, or perhaps a catch-all term encompassing all Italo-American criminals involved in the extortion business. One of the first recorded cases concerning Black Hand letters involved a Brooklyn contractor, one Mr. Capiello. On August 3rd, 1903, he received a message stating, "If you don't meet us at 72nd Street and 13th Avenue, Brooklyn, tomorrow afternoon, your house will be dynamited and your family killed. The same fate awaits you in the event of your betraying our purposes to the police." Signed, Black Hand. Capiello must have filed it to spam because 2 days later he received a follow-up letter. "You did not meet us as ordered in our first letter. If you still refuse to accede to our terms but wish to preserve the lives of your family, you can do so by sacrificing your own life. Walk in 16th Avenue near 7th Avenue between the hours of 4 and 5 tonight. Beware Mano Nera." In the end, Capiello handed over $4,000 to the extortioners, more than $138,000 in 2023 money. However, when the Black Handers made it clear that their final bill would have amounted to $100,000, almost $3.5 million in 2023 money, Capiello had enough and spoke to the police, leading to the conviction of 5 racketeers of Neapolitan origin. But like a game of Whack-A-Don, more Black Hand chapters sprouted in Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, and Chicago. Not every victim was like Capiello. Many business owners recently arrived did not speak English and generally distrusted authority. Some preferred to simply pay and stay safe that way. Others decided to arm themselves and take the law into their own hands. Honest Italians in Chicago even founded a self-defense organization in late 1907, the White Hand Society, which garnered support from the Italian ambassador and the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The White Hand declared war without truce, war without quarter against the Black Hand mafioso. For example, on December the 9th, 1907, White Handers engaged Black Handers in a shootout in Pittsburgh. And in January 1908, the Chicago White Hand president, Mr. Vellini, was able to declare that they had driven out of the 10 of the worst mafioso. But the Black Handers would not yield, and on February the 28th, Vellini received a death sentence. The Supreme Council of the Black Handers voted that you must a warning passed, but you must signed, and the man waits for you. That said, in the end, Vellini was not killed, but White Hand supporters ultimately felt theirs was a losing battle against an ever-growing criminal menace. They did not raise the white flag, however, but simply decided it was time to rely on established authorities. And this brings us to the so-called first families. The first large-scale police efforts against the mafia were intertwined with the emergence of what would be the first large-scale family to sink its claws into American society, the Morello Gang, also known as Uno Morello. The gang originated back in Corleone in Sicily, with Giuseppe Morello known as Clutch Hand due to his
Morning. If you try to say it's, well, look here, boys, we got ourselves a real-life hero, and now he wants to be paid. I got some shit work for a word of advice. Next time, bathe before coming to a job interview.
His two half-brothers, Vincent and Artichoke King. The Morello Gang joined aforementioned Don Vito and set up a counterfeiting ring which smuggled in $5 bills printed in Sicily. In 1903, one Benedetto Madonia, in charge of distributing the fake across the United States, was pocketing the earnings of the gang. And, well, you know, barrel near Lisbon, east side. His head was cut off and his dangling mandate had been severed. When put on the case, their first ever detective of Italian Giuseppe Petrosino. Petrosino believed that he had seen the trial of convicted counterfeiter in Sing Sing prison. The counterfeiter recognized the victim, and it was his brother-in-law, and his name was, as you may have guessed, Benedetto Madonia, the man who had the audacity to allegedly steal from Clutch Hand. Shortly before being murdered, Madonia had visited his brother-in-law in Sing Sing alongside another enforcer known as the Ox. During the visit, Madonia was carrying, as usual, his distinctive pocket watch. Petrosino then noticed that the corpse showed no signs of a pocket watch, so he grilled all the pawn shops in Manhattan looking for it. And he discovered that the watch had recently been pawned off by a guy who matched the description of the Ox. And so it was that Petrosino and his officers tracked down the Ox in a saloon in Prince Street, but the questioning was cut short when the beefy enforcer attacked them with a knife. Though Petrosino's squad of Italian police officers ultimately managed to knock the Ox to the ground, arrest him, and brought him to trial. As a strong man on the Morello's payroll, he was the likely culprit, but when the family of Madonia, the victim, refused due to intimidation. However, Officer Joe Petrosino felt he was clearly on the right track, as when the investigation started, one of the leading members of the Morello gang, Don Vito Cassio Ferro, left New York, fleeing to New Orleans and went back to Sicily. Morello and his brother-in-law continued with their operations for a tracking down counterfeiters was hot on their tracks, and in 1909 they busted the Morello gang, sentencing both the boss and underboss to 30 years. And the Wolf was paroled in 1920, perfect timing. Cop who had almost succeeded in busting the gang as early as 1903. If there's a life story worthy of a movie, it should be this. Detective Sergeant Joe Petrosino is from humble origins, first working for New York City administration as a sanitation worker. But after fulfilling his dream of joining the police department, he rose through the ranks, becoming the head of the NYPD Italian Squadron, an outfit championed by Petrosino himself. Besides his featuring in the notorious Italian murder case, Petrosino enjoyed several successes in his career. As early as 1902, he had arrested one Enrico Alfano, dubbed Generalissimo Mora, following which hailed him as the Italian Sherlock Holmes. Apparently, following that arrest, Black condemned Petrosino to death. Later, in 1908, following a bombing campaign against Italian-owned banks, Petrosino's squad arrested the Black Hand's principal bomb maker and raided a saloon on East 11th Street, which served as headquarters. That same year, New York was visited by an Italian policeman, someone we've already met, Don Rafael Palazzolo, the corrupt MP, as previously mentioned, tried for the assassination of Marquis Nota Bartolo. Palazzolo was welcomed by the Italian community and hailed as an enemy of the Black Hands. Petrosino, however, saw through his BS and shadowed him closely during his visit. Petrosino's presence apparently prevented Palazzolo from conducting some shady business. The upset politician, upon leaving New York, shouted at the police officer, "If you ever come to Palermo, God help you." The Italo-American detective indeed was planning a trip to Palermo. His belief was that the only way to defeat the mafia was to destroy it at the source, and so he organized what was supposed to be a secret mission to Sicily. And so it was that Joe Petrosino arrived in Palermo via steamer on February the 29th, 1909. To his horror, however, he discovered that the New York Times had published a story about his covert operation, and the article had been picked up and translated by the Italian press. His face was now on the papers, and every mafioso and their dog knew that a top cop from New York was in town and on their case, and they all knew what he looked like. To maintain a level of anonymity, Petrosino checked into a hotel under an assumed name and arranged a secret meeting with the US consul, William H. Bishop. Next, Petrosino set to work searching criminal records at Palermo's Palace of Justice. A few days later, on March 5th, the detective recorded in his journal, "Have already met criminals who recognize me from New York. I am on dangerous ground." The next day, he wrote down a name that you should all be familiar with by now: Don Vito Cascioferro, the mafia top cat who had partnered with the Morello gang. That very evening, March the 12th, 1909, Petrosino dined in a Palermo cafe before heading out to Piazza Marina, a square in the city centre. Minutes later, two assassins approached the Italian Sherlock Holmes and shot him. The detective managed to fire back before something lifeless to the grounds. Petrosino's funeral in New York was attended by 250,000 people. Meanwhile, the criminals identified themselves as the Black Hand immediately ramped up their activities, including the man who had organised Petrosino's funeral being shot and killed. Shop owners and merchants also began receiving ominous messages to the tune of "Petrosino is dead, but the Black Hand still lives." Back in Palermo, US Consul Mr. Bishop appeared to be the only one interested in solving Petrosino's murder. He pressured local authorities to look into Don Vito, eventually resulting in his arrest. The Don was a very, very likely suspect, but he had the tightest of alibis. In the evening of the assassination, he had been dining with a member of Parliament about Mr. Vito Cassio. Regardless of the pulled trigger, with Petrosino out of the way, the Morello gang had relatively free reign. Now, you may remember that by 1909, Morello and his underboss, the Wolf, were behind bars. With Don Vito in Sicily, the reins of the family had gone to Morello's half-brothers, Vincent, Nick, and Arthur King. Under them, the gang continued to thrive, recruiting members who would later become household names of American mafia lore, people like Joe the Boss Masseri, Lucky Luciano, and Prime Minister Costello. The rule of the Morellos over Manhattan, however, was far from uncontested, with gangsters of Neapolitan origin making hundreds of thousands of dollars with their prostitution and gambling rings. By 1912, the King of Italy was one such Neapolitan called Josue Gallucci. On September 2nd, Gallucci's bodyguard was shot dead while playing cards, and the police arrested one Gimp Prisco for the deed. The Gimp walked free, but on December 12th, in turn was killed by a bullet fired by Gallucci's nephew, John Rossimano. Rossimano successfully argued that he had shot in self-defense and was ultimately released. The endless carousel of vendettas had already started spinning. In February 1913, Rossimano's bodyguard was shot dead, the likely shooter being a friend of the Gimp Prisco. This man was called Amadeo Bonomo, which, ironically in Italian, translates to "God like a good man." This God like a good man was later supposedly muttering a prediction as his last exhaled breath: "I knew they would get me, but my friends will get them. This feud will go on until all of them are wiped in resistance." So, to recap, this feud was between Gallucci, the King of Little Italy, on one side, and whoever had murdered his body. Initially, it would be the gang of the Who was he? And here's where it gets complicated. It appears that the entire feud had actually been orchestrated by the Morello gang, who had set the other two families at each other's throats to weaken them. The Mafia war culminated on May the 7th, 1915, when four men burst into a coffee shop and peppered Gallucci and his son with bullets. Both men were dead by the following morning. The gang had been defeated, the King of Little Italy was dead, and three new rulers were now in line to inherit the realm of gambling and prostitution: Vincent, Nick, and the Artichoke King, regents of the Morello gang. And so it was that the three Morellos were poised to take over Manhattan. Towards this end, their next target was Joe DeMarco, active in but he survived the attempt. Sometime later, two men with sawn-off shotguns had another go, but DeMarco, clearly made of Kevlar, somehow survived again. The bullet-resistant boss initially resumed operations in Mulberry Street, Brooklyn, but the Morellos eventually killed both Nick's brother. The three regions of the Morellos were becoming too big, too dangerous for another large Neapolitan city gang. And so it was that on September the 7th, 1916, one of the three bosses, Nick, was shot dead while on his way to talks with the Navy's fleet Camerista. On October 5th, the Navy's forces. But the reigning leaders, Vincent and Artichoke King, did not back down, executing two Navy Street leaders in November of 1916. The final blow to the Navy Street gang was dealt boss refused to help out when he was on the lam. In retaliation, the barber went to the police and turned him down, turning in many of the Neapolitan leaders. From here, the story of the mafia becomes a little more well-known and even more widespread. On this note, in the 1920s and 1930s, the mafia would continue to prosper, propelled by three important factors. First, prohibition, an ill-conceived measure which unlocked a new business model for the mob, making their previous activities seem Second, the law enforcement agency perhaps best equipped to bring the mob down wouldn't. We are, of course, talking about the Department of Justice's Bureau of Investigation, known as the DOI and later the FBI. Its director, J. Edgar Hoover, preferred to focus on bank robbers, murderers, and kidnappers who were not affiliated with organized crime. This was part of a strategy to ensure consistently high conviction rates for criminals arrested by his agents. Hoover knew that mafia trials too often ended in acquittals due to a lack of witnesses willing to come forward, and thus discouraged his bureau from going after the mafia, dismissing it as not being a federal priority. And the third factor contributing to the mafia explosion in the US was the major crackdown on Sicilian mafia conducted by Italian law enforcement. In May of 1924, Mussolini himself gave full power to lawman Cesare Mori, nicknamed the Iron Prefect, to destroy the mafia. With a combination of cunning, military-like tactics, and heavy-handedness, the Iron Prefect humiliated the Dons, arresting hundreds of mafioso and forced many bosses to flee to the United States, swelling the ranks of the American mob. Unfortunately, as it had been the case in the past, the defeat of the mafia monster in one location only caused it to emerge stronger somewhere else.
The year was 1929 and Prohibition was in full swing. That meant organized crime was reaping the benefits, running the country's speakeasies and illegal liquor trade, and after becoming a young group of mafiosos called the Young Turks, seeking to make a name for themselves at the time. And they were smart enough to know they couldn't do it alone. They frequently worked for other higher-ranking mobsters as enforcers, and the most feared of the lot was Charles Luciano, a notorious Italy-born gangster who worked for boss Joe Masseria and had a tight relation with local Jewish gangsters like Meyer Lansky, and knew how to manipulate his way into the halls of power. By 1925, he was bringing in millions of dollars, becoming one of the most powerful gangsters. Too powerful. Masseria was one of the most powerful gangsters in the city, and the other was Salvatore Maranzano, a ruthless man known for targeting Masseria's men for assassination. He saw a chance to cut the legs out from under his rival by targeting his newest powerful associate. So Luciano wound up in the crosshairs, and one day they approached him and threw him in the back of a limousine. If they had simply shot him from the car, he probably would have been a goner, but they apparently wanted to send a message. They beat him and stabbed him in the face, but that left him alive, and he was able to scramble away. He was scarred for life and left with a distinct drooping eye, but it did not deter him. He was about to show the mob scene just how vicious he was. After surviving his first assassination attempt, Luciano picked up a new nickname, Lucky. It stuck, and from there on out, he was unstoppable. Within 3 years of his survival, he was taking out Maranzano in revenge for trying to kill him, and Masseria for standing in his way. He soon took over the network and created the Mafia Commission to negotiate disputes between the families. That way, people were less likely to get thrown into the back of limousines and stabbed. Uncle Sam soon came looking for the notorious gangster, and he was charged with serious crimes, but he never served time in prison, instead negotiating a deal to be returned to his native city, thanks to providing vital intelligence during World War II. Even against the government, Lucky Luciano lived up to his name. And sometimes it can help to have friends in high places. Greg, the Grim Reaper Scarpa, was no slouch when it came to the Mafia, one of the most notorious hitmen in history of the Colombo crime family. He also had a major secret. He was a long-time FBI informant and had been since the 1960s when he helped them recover the bodies of 3 murdered civil rights workers. Scarpa, an Italian immigrant, may have been a ruthless gangster, but he hated the Ku Klux Klan and later helped them solve an arson murder. But he wasn't satisfied with his payment. A good deed well done didn't cut it for an aspiring mob boss, so the two parties broke ranks for a while, and Scarpa quickly became a fast-rising figure in the New York mob scene. Not only was he a trusted advisor to boss Carmine Persico, but he was his top enforcer and an infamous hitman, and that put a target on his back. While Scarpa had become deeply enmeshed with the mob, he'd also reconnected with the FBI in 1980 and taken a 6-figure payday for his services. He had a tight relationship with the FBI agent Lindsay DeVecchio, exchanging gifts, including a hard-to-find Cabbage Patch doll. He was also a sickly man, having contracted HIV from the King George Nation. As he got sicker, he told people in the family he was fighting cancer. But other enemies didn't want to see him live to die from that. The acting boss, Victor Arena, saw Scarpa as a wild card loyal to Persico. He was currently in prison, so he made his move, targeting not just Scarpa but his daughter and his grandson. Cars full of hitmen chased them as Scarpa's instinct as the gunmen approached, led them on a chaotic car chase, and even crashed into some bystanders. He got away, but it would be a Pyrrhic victory. This kicked off a full-on war between loyalists to Persico and Arena, and Scarpa led Persico's forces. But while taking out his rivals and suing the hospital that accidentally gave him HIV, he was arrested for gun crimes and placed on house arrest. He would soon be charged with many of the murders he committed as a hitman and would eventually be targeted at his home, losing an eye and a tooth. When he saw the courtroom, he was a very sick man and pled guilty. He would be sentenced to life in federal prison, but the sentence was due to his poor health, and he would die less than a year later in the prison's medical ward. And it wouldn't be until after his death that the full extent of his FBI cooperation would be revealed. Sometimes it's all about who you hire. Anthony and Delicato went into the family business, and the family business was killing.
Morning. You think you're pretty smart now, don't you? Here's your pay, Einstein.
In his father's organization. And by 1979, he was a key player in assassinating rival boss Carmine Galante. But his father's ambition was rubbing
Name's not important. Well, can't say I'm not surprised. Good luck, kid.
Two other bosses, and they wanted to knock off the rival heads and take command of the whole organization. But when the rival casino faction got a hold of the plot, they got the jump on them and put out their own hit. And it was about to make Anthony and Delicato one of the most wanted men in the mafia. But sometimes one little piece of missing information can screw up a whole operation. Massino and his ally, Dominic Napolitano, kept things local for their targets, and they successfully engineered a hit that took out Alejandro Delicato and his two closest allies. But they also wanted the son dead, to ensure that he wouldn't be able to avenge his father. Napolitano had an associate he was looking to promote, and he felt it was time to recruit maybe bones as a made man. That meant killing someone, and in Delicato, who had barely avoided being at his father's so he gave his friend Donnie the information and waited for word that the last major player of the Delicato family would be snuffed out. But Donnie had other plans. He was actually Donnie Brasco, a.k.a. Joseph Dominic Pistone, an undercover FBI agent who pulled off one of the most in-depth infiltrations of the mafia in history. Shortly after the hit was ordered, Pistone's infiltration ended and he was withdrawn. The boss was informed that his hitman was gone, and Indelicato had the chance to escape and head to Florida, where he lay low until Uncle Sam came calling. He was eventually indicted for the Galante murder and sentenced to 40 years in prison, the inevitable outcome of a life he led. But thanks to the hiring choices of a rival boss, he lived to tell the tale. He even got married in prison, was paroled in 1998, and soon went back to his old activities, and then was arrested for another murder in 2006. Some guys never learn, but those who get targeted and survive don't always escape unscathed. In 1991, Peter Fat Pete Giotto was a union fixer in Louisville for being a brutal enforcer despite his luck ran out and he was arrested on legal charges. Facing a sentence, he decided to cut his losses and took a deal with the Fed. His bosses Vic Amuso and Evan Picasso were enraged. They expected their enforcer to take the hit for them, no matter how long he was in prison. He decided to silence them for good and made sure that he took all the secrets to the grave with him. They deputized a team of hitmen so he made shot fire. And saving grace would be an unexpected one. On May 8, 1991, gunmen ambushed Fat Pete and shot him, stopping 21 times, but he was still alive. The critically wounded criminal was rushed to the hospital, and doctors successfully saved his life underneath the bullets. He was one of the most severely wounded mafia officials to ever survive, and the doctors said it wouldn't have happened if he was a smaller man. Giotto was a whopping 400 pounds, and the heavy layers of fat around his body absorbed the impact and slowed the bullets enough for him to survive. But the men targeting him wouldn't go quietly. Picasso and Amuso broke one of the cardinal rules of the mob. They went after the enemy's family and told them that if he testified, they would wipe out Giotto's whole line. It would be their biggest mistake, and one of the darkest chapters in the mafia history. Giotto was enraged and likely realized that he couldn't trust his mafia buddies as far as he could throw them. He was taken into court in a wheelchair only months after being shot, and his statements brought down hell on Amuso and Casso. The evidence piled up, and in retaliation, the mob targeted Chiodo's sister and killed her husband, and 3 more of his relatives would be assassinated in the coming year. But it wouldn't help the bosses. Chiodo's testimony was the key evidence against them, and they were both ultimately convicted and sentenced to life in prison. As for Chiodo, he did the only thing a man with powerful enemies could do. He disappeared into the police protection program, where he might have used his impressive build to intimidate the head of the homeowners association. But not all targets of the mafia are good. He might be associated with more other things now, but there was a time when Giuliani was a senior failed president of They knew him as the hard-nosed state prosecutor from New York, a proud Italian-American who had no problem taking on his own community and fighting the mafia's influence in the city. Under the new RICO Act, the government had many more tools to go after the mafia, and it wasn't long before the heads of the 5 families were under arrest and facing serious charges. It was the biggest move against the mafia since Elliot Ness took down Al Capone, and it got the attention of people around the world. And some of them were less than happy. The heads of the mafia families met to vote on whether to take out Giuliani, and several voted against it due to how much heat it would bring down on them. There was no better way to get the attention of the government than to kill one of their men. But while the Lucchese, Bonanno, and Genovese families voted no, the infamous Scandino boss John Gotti was ready to go to war. The 5 families weren't going to be the ones to do it, but that didn't mean Giuliani was safe. Because the seats of power in the mafia aren't all in America, and word got abroad to the Sicilian mafia about his prosecutor taking down their top men. The boss of all bosses, Salvatore Riina, apparently not only wanted Giuliani taken out, he was willing to send a hitman to the United States to pull it off. What saves the future mafia life? The reported price on Giuliani's head was a whopping $800,000, one of the biggest contracts ever placed on a politician. But no attempt on Giuliani's life was ever made, at least not that we know of. Giuliani only revealed the plot years later on the Oprah Winfrey Show and commented that a later contract on his by a boss sent to jail for a century was only half the value of the original contract. He'd gone down in value as a target. Maybe the hitman thought the risk was a little too high, but while Giuliani was not everyone he was close to was so lucky. Famously anti-mafia judge Giovanni Falcone, a close friend of Giuliani, was taken out by Riina's men not long before Giuliani was elected mayor. And he wasn't even the highest-profile New York politician to wind up in the mafia's crosshairs. Maurizio Avola isn't exactly a trustworthy source. The notorious Cosa Nostra hitman went to prison for life for dozens of murders and armed robberies. But when The Guardian interviewed him in 2016, he had a story that the whole world paid attention to. The Sicilian mafia usually kept to the island, maintaining an iron grip on its crime scene. So what would possess a criminal organization to try to kill a sitting New York state governor, especially when an American like Mario Cuomo? The popular governor was anti-mafia, good luck finding a pro-mafia governor, but he hadn't picked as many fights with them as Giuliani did. That made a high-profile assassination attempt on him a little puzzling. It turned out that the reason had very little to do with Cuomo himself. By 1992, the war between the mafia and the state in Italy was full speed ahead. Two prominent anti-mafia judges had been killed, and the Cosa Nostra wanted to make a statement. They wanted everyone to know that the country was theirs to run, and what better way to do that than target prominent politicians and members of organizations to make it clear to the whole world that no one was safe from their reach. This was around the time that the 3-term governor decided to make his return to the ancestral soil, and Avola got the idea to target him from his godfather? Maybe read up on the spiritual guidance part of that job description. The idea was that targeting a high-profile American politician would warn the Americans off interfering in mafia business. High-profile assassination would bring down more heat against the organization. It's entirely possible that a targeted killing of Mario Cuomo would have led to a to root out the Rome for a week of meetings and exploring, he brought a hefty security detail with him. Was this his standard international detail, or had someone got a tip that he was in danger? It's not clear, but as soon as the Mafia hit squad, a dozen men with assault rifles and explosives saw what they were up against, the boss called off the attack, and it became one of the biggest Mafia attacks that never was, only revealed over 2 decades later by the infamous killer. And it doesn't really take that much to wind up on the Mafia's radar. Sometimes you just need to be a celebrity. fact, Waller was one of the most acclaimed jazz pianists of the 1930s, and word soon got out that he was a man who could liven up a party. As an African-American celebrity, he had a target on his back, but he wasn't expecting to be a target. That made it all the more shocking when he was held at gunpoint and shot into a car. He was taken to an undisclosed location where he was presented with a piano and told to play or be shot. He complied and gave birthday boy Al Capone the show of a lifetime. He would eventually be released on bond, but not before a 3-day marathon that was probably the scariest coming of his life. And he wasn't the only black star to run into the mafia. Sammy Davis Jr. wasn't just a star, he was one of the Rat Pack, and that opened doors quickly. He soon found himself in a relationship with the bombshell movie star Kim Novak, and their torrid relationship became tabloid fodder. An interracial romance was controversial back then, but no one was angry with Novak's manager Harry Cohn, an infamous fixer with mob ties. He didn't want his prize client to receive any bad press, and he went so far as to send a mobster to his father and let him know that his son had a contract on his head. That was enough to start the relationship, test the tale of the two stars' career. And one movie star might not even know who he was with. When people look at Steven Seagal, they probably don't think he's a business savvy. The martial arts group was one of the most popular action stars of the 1990s, but he wanted to go a different way. As convert to Buddhism, he started to hate violence and was ready to close the book on his action movie career. The problem was he had trusted the wrong person. His business partner, Julian Nasso, had been cutting deals with the mob for years, and they had been taking kickbacks from his movies. They weren't willing to see their income stream dry up, so the mafia tried to intimidate him into sticking with the status quo. And Seagal did the only thing an action star could do. He worked with the the legal equivalent of delivering a falcon kick. The most wholesome stars around faced off against the mob. But during the earlier days of his career, he was a notorious ladies' man. The singer had a passionate affair with women in the 70s, but she just happened to be the girlfriend of notorious mob hitman Tony Spliotro, one of the Chicago outfit's most ruthless agents. He went and confronted Bennett, and most people who angered him might wind up buried in the desert. But maybe Bennett was too high profile, because Spliotro decided to use his lethal weapon, phone book, to beat some fear into Bennett. Having escaped a close call with death, Bennett reportedly decided to get away from the mob scene for good, something that seems to have served him well as he made it to 95 years old. But no mafia assassination attempt was more bizarre than this one. The mafia was mentioned frequently around the assassination of John F. Kennedy. Many people think the lone gunman theory just doesn't hold up, and a common suspect was the mafia bosses who Kennedy and his brother Robert frequently went to war with as president and attorney general. But after files were declassified related to the assassination, those conspiracy theorists came up empty. But there was a consolation prize. The CIA may have been cutting deals with the mafia to kill one of their most famous enemies, the Cuban dictator Fidel Castro, who had been a thorn in the government's side since he took office, and played a role in bringing the Kennedy administration to power. And it centered around two notorious gangsters, Sam and Gianni. Were two mid-level mobsters looking for entry out of jail. The CIA was looking for some dirtbags who could do their dirty work without the government. And the two mobsters had a personal grudge against Castro too, who had closed down their lucrative casinos. And they were looking for revenge after the failed bail. The government was not directly attempting to take out Castro, so they outsourced. But while the CIA thought they were getting the best gangsters in the world, they in fact were actually recruiting the gang that could get straight. Because every time they were trying to it went horribly wrong. The Iranians when it came out that the mobsters had recruited CIA operatives to bug the hotel room of a love rival of Giancana's, the government decided not to prosecute the gang to not derail the operation, but it was enough to make Robert Kennedy square off working with the mafia in the future. But things didn't get any better from there. Attempted assassins got cold feet, many of their business connections seemed more interested in spying on rivals, and the plans largely went nowhere. When JFK was assassinated, the new administration wanted the CIA to get out of the cloak and dagger business. Giancana fled to Mexico, Rosselli wound up managing casinos for Harold Hughes, and as for Fidel Castro, he outlived 7 presidential administrations. Want to learn more about the secrets of the Italian mafia? Check out FBI reveals secret mafia initiation ceremony, or watch The Killing Method in Sicilian Mafia Families for the grim and gritty details. Outside the club, the crew is already waiting, armed with ropes, knives, and saws. They've done this before, dozens of times. Mayo is one of the deadliest hitmen in mafia history. His crew is rumored to have carried out nearly 200 murders. The crazy thing is, he's not even the worst one. We're entering the blood-soaked on this episode of history. Number 8, Richard the Iceman Kuklinski. Richard the Iceman Kuklinski was someone you really wouldn't want to run into in a dark alley. The Polish-American powerhouse was a hulking 6'5" career criminal who ruthlessly murdered at least 5 people from 1980 to 1984. He was also the head of a gang of murderous thieves who lured people into what they thought were secretive business meetings, only to ambush, rob, and kill them afterwards. He got his threatening nickname, the Iceman, from his purported methods of disguise. He claims not only to have assassination of the mafia, but to have murdered with a variety of weapons, from ice cream to chainsaws. To some journalists and writers, he was involved in the infamous murder of the Teamsters Union leader, John Henry. While we know for a fact that Kuklinski did definitely kill at least 5 people, he's also been known to lie pathologically in order to make the story of his life and crimes more realistic. Critics even think him as a man who's trying to be the Forrest Gump. He would die in prison in 2006-70 with a legacy of 20% murder, 80% fantastical fabrication. Our next hitman, on the other hand, was the bona fide real deal. Number 7, Two-Gun Tommy DeSimone. Two-Gun Tommy was a violent, unstable maniac who also had one of the greatest arms any member of the mafia can have, being played in a Martin Scorsese movie, specifically the 1990 crime epic Goodfellas, where he was fictionalized as Tommy DeVito, widely considered one of the best characters ever to grace the silver screen. Was much, much worse. At the tender age of 19, Tommy joined the Luchese crime family through his neighborhood connection with the gangster Paul He was associated with Henry Hill would hide valuable goods, and Tommy always had a .38 revolver with him, which he carried. And Tommy absolutely loved killing people. Hill alleged that Tommy committed his first murder at age 17, where he said, "Hey Henry, watch this," before shooting a random bystander in the head. He channeled that violent streak for the mafia plenty of times, but thanks to his explosive temper, he often used it against his own associates. When made man Billy Batts offended him at a party, Tommy beat him to near death before later stabbing him, by Hill's account, 30 to 40 times to finish him off. And as fans of the movie will know, he later also murdered bar waiter Michael Spider Gianco for making him look foolish in front of his friends. After a short 28-year life of madness and murder for business and pleasure, Tommy disappeared off the face of the earth. It goes without saying, he was very likely murdered by his associates for his ridiculous loose cannon killings, but his body has never been found. And somehow, even Tommy DeSimone looks almost level-headed when you put him up against our next malicious mafia murderer. Number 6, Crazy Joe Gallo. When even other members of the mafia are calling you crazy, you know you're probably a little off the rails. And that could definitely be said of our next mafia hitman, Crazy Joe Gallo. Though in the interest of full disclosure, his habit of quoting mafia movies and the fact that he suffered from paranoid schizophrenia was also part of why he got that nickname. The son of an old prohibition bootlegger, Gallo fell into the world of organized crime hard and fast. He ran a violent jukebox-stealing racket in his youth before joining the Profaci family. He was likely the hitman behind the high-profile slaying of rival mob boss Albert Anastasia, the chief of Murder, Inc. More on them later. When Crazy Joe felt like he hadn't been properly rewarded for the Anastasia hit, he started a war against his own boss in the Profaci family. He kidnapped Frank Profaci and kicked a series of mafia murders into action.
It's fucking. Now that you did the job, I guess you ain't that damn bad after all.
A decade in jail, where he made the rare move of crossing the racial boundaries in organized crime, hiring black men to join his criminal syndicate once he was out of jail. And once he was released, he decided
Hybrids absolute what I miss.
rethink his life and pursue his prison
Nothing. I just started a new game. I'm gonna build a big crazy fort.
Colombo, the new head of the Profaci family. The hit failed and the shooter was traced back to Crazy Joe. It was clear that he wasn't gonna let up.
Look, Buckhead, I'll give you. I'd say it's been an honor to work with you, but it would be a lie.
Take long to find one. The vicious fun came to an end on April 7th, 1972.
What are you, a zombie? Decide already.
At a Little Italy seafood joint called Umberto's Clam House.
Hybrids Absolute, you sound like you're in a tin can.
Do I? I don't know what's up, man. You know what? I think it's the difference is I'm actually using my headphones. Hang on.
He stumbled out into the street where he fell to the ground and bled to death in the gutter. But when it comes to the history of the mafia, Crazy Joe was new wave. Let's wind back the clock a little bit to a certified classic in the dirty, dangerous business of contract killing.
Kid Twist might not be the most intimidating name out there, but we'll certainly start getting nervous when we hear about the organization he worked for.
The infamous Murder Inc. Before becoming a mob hitman, Rellis was actually a mob
sound better?
fanboy. He took his name from a violent Jewish mobster that he looked up to, Max Kid Twist Zweifach. After making a name for himself as the leader of his own little Rellis gang, he attracted the attention of larger New York crime families. Rellis and other low-level mobsters started to perform hits on the mobsters' behalf. This formed the basis for Murder Inc., the informal murder-for-hire business that acted as a kind of iron fist for organized crime in New York City. It's believed by some estimates to have killed between 400 and 1,000 people. They had an impressive reign of terror until it was all brought down by an unexpected person. Rellis himself decided that he'd had enough of the criminal life and willingly became an informant to the feds. The information provided helped to solve 85 different murder cases. Clearly, he was pretty well wired into the hitman community. In 1941, Kid Twist's decision to rat on his fellow assassins caught up with him when he took a mysterious fall from a high window in the Half Moon Hotel on Coney Island in New York. The floor that Abe was staying on was nicknamed the Squealer Suite by police because he and 3 other hitmen who decided to turn informant were all kept there under heavy federal protection. Not that this protection is
all that gawking at goods and that's all you buy?
Some say to escape the police, others think it was just a prank or maybe a desperate attempt to see his wife and family. But somewhere in the chaos, he tripped and fell. At least that's the official story. Naturally, not everyone bought it. Many believe he was forced out that window and fell intentionally. It just wasn't his intention. But as mobsters who decided to turn informants go, Abe seems to be a downright sweetheart compared to our next murder. Number 4, Joseph Animal Barboza. Massachusetts mob Barboza. Also wild thing and Barboza did a little bit of everything for the patriarchate. He was a leg breaker and a debt collector, jobs that his history as a prize-fighting boxer helped him excel at. And of course, he would happily kill people for money or pleasure. He racked up 11 confirmed murders over the course of his criminal career, with who knows how many others still hidden in the East Boston dirt. A big part of his nickname was because he likes to use his teeth as part of his violence. He once chewed off a part of an enemy's cheek and spat it back at him. Another time, after blowing out part of a victim's skull with a gun, he picked it up and gnawed it, all to boost his fierce reputation of freaks. In 1970, he interviewed about how he treated people who didn't pay him back. He said, quote, "I'd stab guys after 14 weeks who still continue to hide. You know, I'd stab them in the face, I'd stab them in the arms, I'd stab them in the chest." Of 1965, where he
shoot for. It's only 100 more. That's 50 days.
Afterwards, it seemed like his crime spree would be over when he got picked up as an informant or approximately for the FBI, but he actually continued killing people in whichever direction the feds just covered for him because of the valuable information he was giving, even putting some innocent people in jail for his crime. The twisted life of the animal was brought to an end when he was ambushed and shot 4 times with a shotgun, putting him down. In the aftermath of Barboza's assassination, his own lawyer, a man by the name of M. said, "With all due respect to my former client, I don't think society suffered a great loss. The man who was murdered Barboza, another mob,
yeah,
also made hitman history with the slang. He was the first gangland assassin to kill someone as part of the Wicked Secret program, but Barbosa would probably be quaking in his boots if he ever met our next hitman. Number 3, Roy DeMeo. Roy DeMeo didn't have Roy DeMeo was terrifying enough. DeMeo crew, an arm of New York's Gambino crime family, who was believed to be responsible for around 1970s and 80s. And the lion's share of those murders were committed by DeMeo personally. Not only was he a ruthless monster, he was also an innovator. He pioneered his own trademark.
We're inside.
Before becoming a mafia hitman, and he found plenty of creative and disgusting ways to transfer over those career skills. Like a lot of the hitmen on this list, he had plenty of ways to sell drugs, selling stolen making and selling, well, let's just say truly excelled. In the end, his own crew turned on him. They lured him into a garage and executed him with 7 shots to the head. His body was found in a truck Cadillac and abandoned in a Brooklyn parking lot. He who lives often ends up dying. The people slayer Bruce Scott. Or even a kind of moral code. But Giovanni the people slayer, the pig and the butcher, was not one of those people. He was public officials to innocent civilians, and he did it with an abnormal level of sadism for a mob hitman. He's a Toto the Beast, powerful mafia bosses in Italian history. So when his boss became the target of the prosecutor, Giovanni felt a duty to defend him. The mafia in Italy in the early 90s was about the greatest thing a man like in 1992, Bruce led pounds of where Falcone is on the run. We tried to get the lawyers with the After this, Bruce went on the run, but some of his worst crimes Bruce plotted a despicable revenge. Giuseppe's body was never found. Irony, when Brusca himself was arrested in 1996, he snitched to lessen his own sentence, meaning Giuseppe's death was truly for nothing. In 2021, Brusca was released from prison after serving out his
Drink?
No, that dubious honor goes to the of the most famous mafia of all time. And one of the alleged conspirators in history's most infamous mafia massacre. Number 1, Machine Gun Jack Gurr. When it comes to mafia prestige, you don't really get any higher than during raids and gang wars, and when it came to in 1990, by the St. Valentine's Day Massacre, where 7 members of the mob were murdered execution style in a garage. Two members of Capone's gang dressed as police officers and used this disguise to force the men to line up against the wall. Then 2 other members of the entered the garage and with a mixture of shotguns and Thompson submachine guns, also known as Tommy, hit was carried out at Capone's behest, many suspected that good old machine gun
Oh,
Jack
shit.
was the real brain behind the
Stamina
operation.
went back up.
However,
All
he
right.
managed to skirt justice by using his girlfriend, Louise Wolf, as an alibi for the day of the murders. That hasn't stopped the accusations from sticking to Jack in the public eye for almost a century afterward. But like most of the monsters on this list, karma came for Machine Gun Jack in the end. When Al Capone went to jail, one of Jack's biggest rivals took over the Chicago outfit and cut him out of their lucrative syndicate, leaving him in the middle of hard times in the Great Depression. In 1936, Jack decided to blow off some steam with some buddies at his local bowling alley. However, midway through the game, 3 assassins entered and gunned Jack down. Before leaving, they tossed a Valentine card next to his body. Inside was a prophetic poem mocking everything Jack had lost. One thing remains true in almost all these cases. If you plan on becoming a mafia hitman, you better prepare to meet your maker at the hands of another person just like you someday down the line. Now check out what happens when the Italian hitman fails to complete the job. Mario's Restaurant, Cicero, Chicago. That charge disappeared. Get done for assault, and he'd get you off for $1,500. $20,000 would get you off a murder charge. You were then forever in his debt or on the juice. It got to a point where the police would bring suspects straight to Sam's house. If the suspects paid up or agreed to a loan, part of the money went to Sam and part went to the cops. But being in debt to Sam usually meant that debt kept growing with interest. Sam's associates many years later said Sam actually hoped they couldn't pay. Why? Because that gave him an excuse to torture them. If you didn't pay, well, that's how Sam gained his fierce reputation, collecting debts owed to him or to the new outfit boss, Salvatore Muni Giancana. Everyone knew he had a soundproof room, and if you were ever unfortunate enough to go into it, you were lucky to come out with your body parts intact. It goes without saying that the outfit didn't like loose cannons. Maniacs made everyone feel on edge, but Sam stayed on the good graces of Giancana for a while. When Giancana wanted Sam's drug addict brother, a gang enforcer named Michael, out of the picture, Sam did the hit himself. He murdered his own brother, going as far as washing the body with soap and water to cleanse the soul. He was a sadist, and as far-fetched as it seems, maybe even a Satan worshiper. We'll talk about that in a minute. Psycho, yes, but he was a damn good earner. He was such a good earner that the bosses even invested their own money in his loan operations. Still, he wasn't a made man, and this might have bothered him. The short story is he was too deranged to be made, and this is how we get to the story of Peter Cappelletti, one of the many people who played a role in Sam's gruesome reputation. Sometime in the 1960s, Sam's loaning business was flying. He had so many people in his debt that he had collectors working for him. Cappelletti was one of them. Cappelletti took $25,000 from a loan shark victim, Sam's money. This was a lot of money back then, about $250,000 in today's money. Sam caught up with Cappelletti in Milwaukee and brought him back to Chicago. And that's how Cappelletti ended up in the basement of Mario's restaurant in Cicero. The owner was Mario, one of Sam's 6 brothers, a made man, so higher ranking than Sam, but nowhere near as feared. Sam, Mario, and 2 other mobsters, Charles Grimaldi and Sam Gallo, stripped Cappelletti naked and handcuffed him to a radiator. They proceeded to hand out the beating of a lifetime, breaking Cappelletti from head to toe over 72 hours. Grimaldi later said that Cappelletti started by pleading for his life, and by the 3rd day, he was pleading for them to finish him off. You didn't steal from Mad Sam like that and get an easy death. Sam called some of the most powerful people he knew, judges, lawyers, cops, and high-ranking mobsters. He told them he was holding a dinner event at Mario's, adding that he had an important announcement to make. Also on his guest list were members of Cappelletti's family, including his dear wife. As the wine flowed and mountains of pasta were consumed, Sam told the bloodied Cappelletti his wife was upstairs. He promised he'd take care of her. "I have something to announce," Sam shouted, as everyone was partway through their meal, enjoying what seemed like at that moment a merry occasion. Sam told the party that Cappelletti was downstairs, and that he had been a bad boy. As Sam was speaking, Grimaldi and Gallo dragged a moaning, half-dead Cappelletti into the restaurant. The atmosphere was now one filled with horror. Sam was making a point to the powerful people around him. "This is what you get when you steal from me." They then threw what was left of Cappelletti in front of his wife. Those cops and judges and lawyers were all saying the same thing when they spoke to the likes of Giancana. Sam is out of control. At some point, someone would have to put Sam out of business. But until then, he was going to cause a lot more damage. Men who knew Sam, including FBI agent William F. Romer Jr., one of J. Edgar Hoover's guys, tried to clean up the streets of Chicago and said Sam was a sadistic, arrogant, swaggering thug. Sam thought he was untouchable. He once told an associate that he could have been president had he not been imprisoned as a kid for hurting that young girl. He had to be stopped. Too many people were going missing. Sam's partner in crime, Grimaldi, a.k.a. Chucky, later explained that Sam would spend many a night driving around looking for good spots to dig graves. When he ran out of places, he fed his victims' bodies to pigs. He'd go to the pig farm and just stare at the animals, wondering how much they could consume. To survive in Chicago, you had to be smart. One time a politician owed Sam a huge amount of money, several $100,000, so Sam sent him a watch, with the words, one of his associates asked him, which is France. And then there is this part again comes from Grimaldi. He explained that Sam would get down on all fours and smash his fists against the floor in frustration and rage. The drool, said Grimaldi, would pour from his mouth in streams. The floor would become puddles beneath his face, and then he would talk to Satan himself. It sounds far-fetched, but
I'll shake your hand, but you got dysentery the way you smell.
Jackson, a huge 300-pound man, who was elected for Senate.
I'll sell you food, but don't expect me to cook it for you. Be careful out there. You wouldn't want to get hurt. Bill, look who decided to show their face again. Shit, man, I treat you that good and you don't even fucking tip me.
That's going all right.
He purchased
Holy shit, that's crazy. Making that racket over there.
Series of scars on Capone's face.
That's very gross stories.
He must not have had too big of a grudge against Coluccio because he would later hire him to work as a bodyguard at a salary of $100 a week. Now, they were a famous part of his image. Capone was embarrassed by his scars and used him as a nickname. He would frequently lie about where the marks came from, claiming that they were caused by an injury he sustained from shrapnel while fighting in France during World War I. Even though he never actually fought in World War I, now let's add stolen valor to that crime list. Number 37. During his time as a member of the James Street Boys, Capone became acquainted with a man named Johnny Porter, who would end up becoming his mentor. Porter introduced Capone to Frankie Yale, leader of Manhattan's infamous 5-point gang. By the age of 16, he was a member of that gang too. Johnny Porter was a heck of a mentor for a young youngster to have, nicknamed the Fox for his cunning and quick wit. Under his guidance, Capone would later find himself joining up with Torrio in Chicago as part of the Colosimo mob. This was where he cut his teeth on the illegal brewing, distilling, and distribution
That's
of
Buddy
liquor
making that noise.
to one for Torio. Al Capone might have never become the Al Capone we know today. Number 36. Did you know that Al Capone became a criminal kingpin at the tender age of 26? After Big Jim Colosimo, leader of the Colosimo mob, was killed,
That is Buddy making that noise.
but his reign wouldn't last long. He ordered the killing of Dean O'Banion, leader of the Irish Northside Gang, who was killed outside his flower shop in November 1946. Attempting to escape a shootout. Capone was an unlikely hero. In 1929, the stock market crashed. The Great Depression. Not long after, November 1930, the Service became concerned that a German or Japanese agent might attempt to assassinate President Franklin Delano Roosevelt. They decided that armored car as It's an act of price-inflating trickery that old Hollywood himself has probably been proud of. Number 4. Imagine being at the funeral of a loved one visited by a mob when a beautiful flower array arrives. What's his name on that card? It's just the guy who killed him. One of Capone's most famous Supposedly based on a real incident, and it was gnarly. It's a seasoned mobster by the name of convinced that the perfect way to experiment on people was alone. One of the lifeguards discovered secrecy and informal. He invited them into dinner, and after everyone had finished eating, he told them he knew what they had planned. For tax evasion. He was first placed in the U.S. penitentiary. Later, however, he and his inmates were separated. They were transported to the soon-to-be penitentiary on Alcatraz Island in the San Francisco Bay. The newly opened prison was and intended for criminals who were especially Capone's fellow James Tex Lucas, who was serving time for bank robbery, murder, and auto theft, attacked him in the shower. Using a pair of scissors, he slashed Capone across the chest and hands. Lucas claimed that this attack was in retaliation for Capone trying to kill him. Capone was survived the assault with relatively minor wounds. Before, it's no secret that as a mobster, Al Capone was a real moneymaker. But did you know that still furnish them with those amusements. It is hey, pretty much everyone's doing it. Nobody can Al Capone finally won his match in the form of a sexually transmitted bacterial infection. During Al Capone's first job in Chicago as a bouncer at a bordello, he sampled the business's offerings and he found himself facing sepsis. Embarrassed at contracting venereal disease, he didn't see a doctor about the infection. Instead, the infection developed unseen and untreated for One problem, it was not true. According to the local Canadian Mounted Police Station, job, or even cross the Canadian border in the first place. Number 10. Many Al Capone's wife had no other children. His son, Sonny, she suffered tragic stories of stillbirths and miscarriages, which many historians believe the likelihood that she contracted syphilis from her husband. Before the Prohibition, organized crime as we know it today did not really exist in the United States. There were gangs, but they were more like street toughs that outran women when you first dropped out of school, doing small-time theft, extortion, and loan sharking. But when the 18th Amendment passed in 1919, mobsters rushed to fill gaps in the market. They sharply dressed or well-dressed at the time. It's definitely a more flattering nickname than Scarface. Number 7. Al Capone was once shot by himself. On September 15, 1928, he was getting into a car after hitting a dog with Johnny Pack when his .45 went off in his right pants pocket. He was taken to St. Margaret's Hospital in Hammond, where he was treated for a bullet wound to the legs and groin. He was checked in under a deceased name, brought his entourage with him, and had Louis, the New York Campagna, stand guard. Number 6. During his time out, Capone was not just suffering from neurodegenerative effects of syphilis, he was also going through extreme cocaine withdrawal. The use of the substance perforation in his nasal septum. At the time, the symptom was attributed to January 25th at 7:25 p.m., Al Capone died of cardiac arrest caused by pneumonia. Number 1. Right after his death, the press
Yeah, it's a gloomy day.
But hey, we aren't going to say it's any worse than having your intestines chewed on by starving rats. Like that punishment, though, this
I'm
one
supposed to go grocery shopping, but I think I'm going to take a nap instead.
very merciful in comparison.
Just eat
This form of execution
whatever I got left in the house.
It had a few names, and it might also be called the
Go
Bronze
tomorrow.
Bull or the Sicilian Bull. But how do we know anything about it at all? One of the answers is because it was written about in something called the Bibliotheca Historica, which translates as historical library. It consists of many books written by an ancient Greek historian named Diodorus Siculus. In these books, you'll find his version of the history of the world.
I think it sounds different whether I'm using my headphones or just the microphone.
Parts in the series are missing or in fragments. Mr. Siculus wrote about the brazen bull.
Because earlier I had my headphones on. Now I'm just using the microphone for my headphones. I'm running everything through the stereo speaker.
He actually pitched the idea. He was what you might call a creative technologist in the past, looking for some funding. He got that funding from a man.
Yeah, it is the mic.
Particular is, or what looks maxing is, he's a 20-year-old influencer who leads this movement where already attractive young men go to extraordinary, often unhealthy means to become even more chiseled and handsome. Or as we used to call them, homosexual.
Every now and then Bill Maher's right.
That was funny.
So today we're talking about Clavicula, or Clav, as he's known.
What the hell is going on with his nose? He looks like Voldemort.
He looks like Michael Jackson. That's not his real nose. I can't tell you that up. So Clavicula is a looks maxer, and I went down the rabbit hole. I peered into the rabbit hole of looks maxing over the weekend. And my God, Bill Maher's right. They are a bunch of homosexuals. But the thing is, and it's really sad, it's mostly like 15-year-old guys. And you know 15-year-old guys, they usually look a bit awkward. It's like an awkward time of life.
Yeah, you're going through puberty.
And they're doing all sorts of crazy shit to become like alpha chads. So Clavicula looked like a normal 15-year-old boy. I think he was 14 in that star photo. And he's doing shit like hitting his face with a hammer or bone smashing, as they call it. What? He's injecting shit into his face to make it like, I don't know, fill out his like cheeks or his chin or something, I don't know. He's taking testosterone. He started taking testosterone when he was 14. I mean, that can't be healthy, right? And this last one paints a picture about looks maxing. Fake hobbies for Tinder.
Yeah, it paints a picture. It paints a picture of him painting a picture.
Yeah, that's right. So I was the other day, this whole looks maxing thing, it's a generational thing, right? But this generation, Gen Z, is it Gen Z? They kind of don't socialise with each other, so all they have is the Tinder profile picture. That's it. That's what makes you a man. That's what makes you a Chad. If your Tinder profile picture is not perfect, you're not gonna get the pussy. You're not gonna get the Chad life. You're not gonna have the family. You're not gonna get the success. So it all comes down to the Tinder picture. So you've got to bash your face with a hammer for some reason.
So this is the fuck social media generation shit.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think social media has been like affecting generations since MySpace sort of thing when we were young. But now it just rules motherfuckers' lives.
Yeah, it's getting worse.
See, when I met you 4 centuries ago, no, what was it, like 20 years ago? I met you at a barbecue, got your number, we flirted a little bit, I turned up to your house in my surfy panel van, we went for a date, much to your dad's horror.
He pulled up in an antique van from the 70s.
It was fucking sick.
And then he's looking at me like, yeah. Look, how good is that? I'm like, oh, yeah.
Well, to be fair, I gained your trust before I got you in the mattress van. But you know what I'm saying? There was like communication there. We actually met and interacted in real life, not just on fucking Tinder. So this is Clavicula when he was 14, and like I said, he just looks like a normal 14-year-old.
Yeah.
You're going to look a bit awkward, you're a 14-year-old.
He fucked with his nose, didn't he?
He got nose mold! By the way, mold.
think mold is a word. I think he invented it. It means showed up, or like if I mob you, I'm doing something better than you. So like if I win a running race against you, I sprint mob you, sort of thing. Yeah, it's gay. It's totally gay. So like Clavicular does all this shit to his body. He turns himself into an alpha Chad. He gets really big on Kick. He's like the most famous streamer amongst like Gen Zers, right?
Okay.
He's really popular. I only know about Clavicular because I've seen the Kino Casino mention him, and I've also seen Amusa say, "Oh my God, Tad's so hot. He's so cute. He's awesome."
So many other people than
Nikki Branch, she was going after Chris Reagan. She's going after heaps of creators, right? She monkey branched so quickly. If Clavicular said, "Hey, listen, leave Ian for a night with us."
Brother, 18 minutes ago, so you're gonna have bro, that's why I can't believe how
So he just stolen this guy's girl in front of him in the nightclub. By the way, the girl belongs to the fucking street.
That girl belonged to no one.
How much of a dick move is that? The girl wasn't even an asshole.
No, that whole exchange was the biggest cockhead shit I've ever seen.
So he just mobbed that guy. I guess you call it girlfriend mobbed or something. Pussy mobbed, I don't know. He mobbed him in some fashion.
Has he got artificial abs?
I don't know, it wouldn't surprise me, but just wait to hear what he does to looks max.
For growth, for the gym, I'm taking testosterone every single day. I take minoxidil for my hair. I take dutasteride for my hair. I also take Accutane, retatrutide once a week. I take melanotan-2 every single day. IGF-1, HGH, pregabalin, and baclofen. I use crystal, so methamphetamine, for as a stimulant and to lean max.
He uses methamphetamine to lean max. He's on GLP-1s and shit. He's on every fucking drug under the sun. He's on air shit, he's on testosterone, and he's on crack. Well, not crack, kind of crack. But all this wasn't enough. See, Clavicular reckons it's all about the face. It's all about the Tinder profile shot. So he goes in and he gets fucking nose surgery. While he was there, he got his ears pinned back. And this is what he looks like now. That's a before and after. I mean, I don't think it actually looks that bad, but it's kind of like, who gives a fuck? I can't remember the last time I was walking down the street and saw a guy and said, wow, he's got a really nice nose. It's just not a thing heterosexuals say. But this whole thing has backfired on Clavicular, and it's really funny. Do you want to have a look? Yes, I do. Let's have a look. I gotta see it. I gotta see it. So as I said, Clavicular is a kick streamer, right? So he goes and gets his nose job, he gets his fucking ears pinned back for some reason. And he does his big reveal. He goes on Kick and he goes, hey guys, this is my new nose, what do you reckon? Now what you gotta realise is this looks maxing community. Like I said, it's like 15-year-olds. It's 15, 16-year-olds, or like cockhead 20-something-year-olds, right? And they all rate each other. They're all like full-on homosexual. Like they'll analyse each other's faces with measuring tapes and shit. They're fucked. But anyway, he does this stream and he did not go the way he wanted.
You're retarded.
You're retarded. You and everyone in the chat. You're retarded.
You look into men.
And he's the guy who would be so affected by this.
Yeah, but here's the thing about this chatter about witches, right? I think the full-on stuff like the you're gay, you look like a woman, I don't think he's that affected by that. It's the more stuff like the side profile looks off. It's the little things, because you know those guys are out with the measuring tapes, like comparing to the perfect alpha chat. You know what I mean? So those comments are going to affect
Baseball.
There is one! One does exist.
Oh shit, I was thinking Henry Cavill.
Well, it might be, I can't remember. I'm not gay.
honest, yeah, look at these posters, bro. Actually, fucking mogging, bro. I'm It is what it is. You look too feminine, man. What the fuck? How do you figure that, Ralph? How do I look too feminine?
Small noses are for females, and this is coming from a female.
Ooh, yeah, that one's gonna sting.
That's gonna sting.
Look good, bro. Jake Cartwright. Everyone in the chat, calm down. How you doing today? Self-improvement. Yeah, I look bad. I look bad. Yeah, I look bad.
Are you going trans? Wow.
I have never seen anyone use the word Chad, like in a literal sense.
Fucking unironically.
Unironically, yeah, I look Chad, bro. I'm totally alpha right now. Like, are you serious?
He is serious. He's very, very serious.
Controlling the world?
Well, here's the thing. The only thing that... See, Cloud has no hobbies. Cloud is not interested in anything other than his looks. Seriously, that picture before of him faking doing art, it's not wrong. He wasn't being ironic. Like, he's zoned out when he's talking about anything other than how he looks or what chick he's gonna back.
So he's dumb as fuck.
Well, yeah, he's dumb as fuck.
Not gonna lie, I do look bad. You guys need to admit it. We want to see good results. Well, the results haven't even been done. I can't believe people thought I got botched. I literally am omega excited. I'm like Chad Light. I'm like Chad Light, dude. I see what the third community says. What the fuck is this? Yeah, Cope. That's a mogger. Bro looks more feminine. You're coping. You're coping. Okay, bring back the hose. Chad, is it like one day of like brutality?
Gay as hell. Is this one day of brutality? I think he's asking like, you guys are fucking with me, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna ease up after this, right? Because I look Chad. I look super duper alpha Chad.
Is this gonna continue? What are you talking about, bro? I'm super Chad.
So now let's get into looks maxing itself, right? And we'll have Cliff Vicky like kind of give us an overview of looks maxing. See, Clav, while he didn't like invent looks maxing, he kind of popularized the term. But he's not interested in looks maxing, he maxes everything.
I'm not only interested in fitness, right? I am trying to IQ max, I'm trying money max, like all these different things. Obviously, you know, for the normies watching this, I say max at the end of everything, maximize. Just for that clarification.
Yeah, we get it.
I told that.
So he maxes everything.
Fucking douche.
He's a homosexual douche. He's vapid is the right word. He's vapid as fuck. Yeah. Like the kind of guy, when he turns like 35 or 40, what's he going to live for? You know what I mean? Once he starts to get a few wrinkles, I mean, let's be real, he's going to turn into one of those like super fucking Botoxed mud. He's going to be Michael Jackson. Is what he's going to be.
Yeah. Well, that guy who spent all that money to look like the Ken doll, who is now a woman.
Well, like that guy in Twitter said, he's the world's first male-to-male transgender.
So the scale is low-tier normie, mid-tier normie, high-tier normie, Chad Light, and Chad. The closest person we get to perfection is Matt Bomer, right? From White Collar. You guys know Neil Capri, I'm sure most people have seen. So he gets to about a 94% harmony score, which I believe is, so in terms of like pure numbers, he would be considered the true Adam.
Yeah, he's a homosexual. He's a homosexual.
And that was Henry Cavill.
I don't fucking care who it was. It's inconsequential. He's like, this guy is the true Adam. He's like the best looking guy in the world. Can you imagine me like having a file on my desktop where I rank the looks of men?
Yeah. I walk in and like...
Yeah, I've got like a measuring tool out, measuring like facial structure and proportions, and who fucking cares? He is 100% gay.
I think men should wear makeup because it's the best way to steal different laws in your face.
I read my case. I read my case.
This is like the step before walking into your cupboard and noticing that you're long. Like you're almost there, bro.
So like I said, look maxing, the concept isn't a new thing, right? It's been around for a while. It just hasn't been called look maxing. Remember this guy? You never seen this guy? He's got like the injected, like he doesn't go to the gym, like he's not muscle.
Oh, this is the like injectables and implants kind of guy.
Yeah. So he's injected his arms with so much shit that they're like infected and all fucked up now.
Fuck, you look like Popeye.
Well, that's his nickname, he's Popeye. I think he goes by Bazooka. But people call him like Russian Popeye or something. But I found this Twitter account. Now this is not a huge Twitter account, right? But it's a looks maxing Twitter account. And apparently this is what you're fucking meant to look like. This is the goal.
It looks like a fucking alien.
I know.
What the fuck is that?
Well, that's a super mega alpha chat. I think that's like an AI version of True Adam. So the things that this Twitter account is showing us from the look maxing community, they're just fucking insane. You've got this Mexican guy, right? He's a typical Mexican guy. He's white maxing. So he wants to become a white guy like Michael Jackson, and he did that over a year. We've got motherfuckers injecting themselves, like DIY injecting their chin with shit. I probably can't show this on YouTube, but this is like a 15-year-old guy, like injecting himself with shit just like at home. You got people self-whitening their teeth with peroxide.
No!
I know, that's fucked. You've got motherfuckers smashing their faces with hammers. Now, he's not going all out smashing, but apparently if you tap for long enough...
Just tap it in?
Yeah, it's like fucking bone smashing and your bones are meant to like enlarge or something. I don't know. You got 15-year-olds doing the traditional surgery. I don't know what this was supposed to do. It did something with his lips, so I'm not sure. This one is fucked. So this guy decided his skull...
And so, well, listen, because he obviously got really upset. So, like, obviously there was a terror attack yesterday, and because of that, people like Hassan are going to go out and counter signal as hard as possible about this terror attack to distract from the 250,000 plus rape victims that were, systematically protected and ignored by the British government. So, this obviously makes, the influx of Islamic terrorism look bad. So you're waiting for something like this to happen so you can counter signal, right? And so we'll go ahead and we'll launch a few of these and go through them. Never stop talking about it? Oh, we never will. We're not going to stop talking about this at all. And I think that's what because they know that it looks very bad, and that's the reason why they have to counter signal and bring up Jeffrey Epstein or something, as if everybody is, against Jeffrey Epstein. Well, here we go. Let's launch it.
He doubles down and explains why he doesn't care if most people get stabbed. You guys zero sympathy, and I don't give a fuck about some guy stabbing people because they let stuff like this happen.
I have zero sympathy, and I do not give a fuck about some guy stabbing people. Yo. It's because they let stuff like this happen on a...
Who's dead?
Like, you, Mehdi Hassan, and all the people that are trying to spread social political Islam in Western countries and enable the bad actors and never hold them accountable. Specifically you do this. You downplay terrorism, you gas it up when you can, and you support it. That's the problem. That's the big issue.
They that's letting stuff like this happen.
Allowing huge amounts of migrants to come into the countries while supporting parties that enable this to happen without any sort of safeguards, accountability, or any level of legal repercussions for the bad actors. So you've allowed a systematic rape of hundreds of thousands, probably millions of girls across Europe in an effort to push identity politics. This is what you've done. You've tried to push identity politics, and the result of that is that millions of women have been raped. Girls have been raped. That's exactly what I mean.
You know what I mean? Yeah. And this is a what, like a random black guy in Portugal?
who should never be in Portugal. He should be deported immediately. We shouldn't have random black guys running around throwing rocks at people in Portugal. These are African migrants and they should have never been imported into the country. It's a mistake. And the difference is that you want to try to create ambiguity around that, and I don't. So my mindset is that these people should be deported wholesale, right? I mean, I'm sure there are some exceptions of people that can stay. They're not problematic, obviously. But I would say, like, overwhelmingly, over 90% of them should be removed. Yeah. I mean, they probably don't improve the economy. They're, in a lot of cases, more violent on average than the average people. That's the reason why many of these countries don't want to even record any statistics about immigration status or race, because they know that it will lead to conclusions that will make them look bad. And I think that Hassan supports those things. You want to have somebody on, you want to have Zach Walensky on your stream who retweeted Mehdi Hassan, who said that the rape gang inquiry was, quote, bullshit. And yeah, I don't have No, I don't want to hear about how, how bad this stuff is when you're trying to say that people that are systematically raped constantly, and then you can't even discuss any sort of factors around it. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Duh. How does this majority of the economy is from immigration worldwide and uneducated? Do you really think, how is that true whenever China is the second biggest economy and didn't have immigration? Like, just think about this for 3 seconds. How does it all connected to Islamophobic hate crimes that took place in Edinburgh? Islamophobia is a made-up word that's used to silence criticism of Islam. It's not a real word. Obviously, you should be able to be critical of any religion. It's not a phobia to be afraid of a religion. It's not a phobia to disagree with what the religion teaches. That's not a phobia, that's an idea, that's a disagreement. So you trying to reframe people that don't like a religion as some kind of phobia like homophobia or racism is just inaccurate. Islam is a collection of ideas. Disagreeing with that collection of ideas is not in any way, shape, or form a unique thing or a problem at all. Disagreeing with ideas is what Western civilization is built on, and words like Islamophobia work to subvert Western civilization by making certain ideas and groups of ideas off limits. So this is just not true. Daily basis, they never police these people, they never hold these people accountable, and then they want us all that empathy for 5 people that get stabbed. Meanwhile, this is happening on an industrial level all across Europe, and they refuse to even talk about it. Who is they but you? You. You're the one that said that white women being raped is a utilitarian, better alternative than non-white women being raped in colleges. It's you that said that it doesn't matter whether the rapes happen on October 7th. It's you who didn't cover the rape gang inquiry at all, but spent all day talking about the Epstein files. So whenever I'm saying these things, I'm talking about you. Now, it's not just you. There are other people too, but you're one of them. Because this is, in my opinion, probably one of the worst Hassan clips ever. And I don't think people talk about this one enough. Watch this.
Doing one good thing is that, like, if you have these,
it's a good thing.
Billionaire, WASP fail sons, at least taking them out of other colleges so they can only do gay rape to other millionaire failed daughters is, like, in some respects, from a utilitarian perspective, of course, a little bit better. You know what I mean? Like,
so if you're a white girl and you're watching Hassan, he literally views it as the lesser of 2 evils for you to be raped by a white man. That's right. That's literally him saying it. Watch, we'll play it again. We'll play it one more time.
Doing one good thing, which is that, like, if you have these billionaire WASP fail sons, at least taking them out of other colleges so they can only do date rape to other millionaire failed daughters is, like, in some respects,
WASP. I'm sorry.
WASP is a term that's used white, Anglo-Saxon, Protestant. So whenever he says WASP, he is explicitly and deliberately, like definitionally, referring to race. It's literally the first letter. That's what WASP means. So he's saying that it is a basically lesser of two evils that white women are being raped. That's right.
You know, from a utilitarian perspective, of course, a little bit better. You know what I mean? Like taking these guys and putting them in a pen with one another is ultimately getting them away from the broader society.
Wow. So this is the person. So whenever I'm talking about who's doing this, I'm talking about you. You're the one that supports this. You're the one that does this. And you've done it for years. Like, how many times did he talk about the rape game? I'm pretty sure he didn't read any of it. And if it was, he was trying to read it to disprove it. So he doesn't really care about Jeffrey Epstein. He doesn't really care about the Epstein files. If he did, he wouldn't be defending a country whose Epstein files are their marriage records. Look at Iran's fucking age of consent. They're marrying children over there, and they're raping children there, and it's part of the law. That's what they do. But you're going out there carrying water and making memes about how it's poetic that the Iranian government killed their own people. This is insane.
What do you crime? Are there people who are pro-crime? Is that what
you? When you support the Houthis that take over ships and they bomb people and they kill them and they take them hostage and Hamas kills Palestinians, it's not Israel only that's killing Palestinians. Hamas is killing them too. There was a big protest that was led as a resistance against Hamas and their occupation of Gaza. And do you know what they did to the leader of that organization? They killed them because they kill their own people. You are supporting literal terrorist murderers. That's what you're doing. It's obvious.
But it is, is there a big day out there that's like pro-crime? Or they're like, oh,
it's not a big day, but I think that they're influential.
We love crime. Let's
never
more of it, please.
Give an inch. Yeah, that's exactly it. Never give an inch.
Happening at an industrial level. To be clear, it's hard to explain why he committed these attacks after he got arrested. I'm taking my country to these fucking Muslim bastards raping our young daughters. It's so clear what he's trying to do, man. It's always the same. It's fucking rich people that don't want you to recognize that Muslims are no different than you in any way, shape, or form.
They absolutely are whenever they exhibit their preference and they protect their own. Whenever there's somebody that's raping and killing people in their community. This is a problem. It is a legitimate problem. All of them are not like that, obviously not. But there is a subset of people that are like this, that are exhibiting tribalistic behaviors this way that are putting everybody at risk. And that's a huge problem. I have more in common with some billionaire or a millionaire that's living in my country than I do with a jihadi who wants to kill everybody in my country because we don't believe what they believe. This entire ideology that we're all in this together and this is some sort of a class war, it's not. If you really care about class, you would be talking about how bad it is that Cuba is being controlled by one corporation of people that are billionaires. They have more disposable income and more liquid money than anyone else has. But for some reason, you never talk about that. You don't care about billionaires. How many billionaires are there in China? There's billionaires everywhere. So this is the problem that I have, is that you're trying to use the carrot on the stick of the class struggle in order to push your ethnic identity politics. And on top of that, you're using it as a way to distract from bad actions like, for example, the industrial scale rapes. So there's billionaires all over the world. Putin's trillion of assets. Yes. Think about how many assets, like, for example, the Iranians have. Think about how much money Khamenei has, right? Probably billions and billions of dollars. But you're going around defending them. Never listen to these people whenever they try to bring up any idea of a class struggle. They don't care about class struggle. They're using that so they can use you as sheep to Trojan horse their own identity politics into the country. How do I know this? I'll say it again. The core of Hassan's ideology is completely Muslim Islamic terrorism. That is the one thing that he will never compromise on. You'll compromise with rich people because you have no problem with Cuba, Iran, and China. You'll compromise on LGBT rights because you support groups that want to kill LGBT people. You'll compromise with anti-Semitism because you support groups and you say you're 10 toes down with the Houthis that wants to literally kill all the Jews. It's in their mission statement. And then you go around and you say that your favorite flag is Hezbollah. What do you think Hezbollah thinks about Jews? What would it look like if I said my favorite flag was the Nazi flag? Everybody would realize that I'm crypto messaging that I support the Nazis. But somehow we're supposed to expect that you're not doing that? Are you kidding me? That's obviously what you're doing. So every single other value that Hassan pretends to have, he will easily compromise at the first step of a possibility of the influx or the increase of Islamic terrorism or Islamic influence. This is what he will do. And that is the one thing. Think about what else did Ethan and Hassan disagree on besides Islamic terrorism, besides Hamas? What do they disagree on? Basically nothing. So why is it that Hassan was willing to destroy and throw away a relationship with a person because of that one individual disagreement? It's because that is the core of his ideology. The core of his ideology is Islamic extremism and terrorism. And that is the one value that he will never compromise. You the other day said that you don't have a problem with people posting about Yahya Sinwar. This was the guy who was one of the main architects of the October 7th attack in Israel that killed thousands, I think it was over 1,000 people, including Americans. How would you not have a problem with the person who, orchestrated a terror attack that killed 1,000 people? How would you not have a problem with people talking about how he's a good guy? Because you obviously support it. That's it. So keep that in mind. That is the one value you will never compromise. All of this other class, he cares about the working man. You don't give a shit about them.
You have a lot more similarities with these Muslim immigrants than you do.
Some of them, but not all of them. If there is a person that comes into the country and they're talking about forcing everybody in the country to think like they want to live in a completely different way, no, you don't. You don't have everything in common. This is a total psyop, and it is a lie. No, you don't have a lot in common with many of these other people that have completely extremist, radical, violent ideas, and they create a mosaic network of an ethnic demographic that effectively protects people from consequences when they rape your daughters. Absolutely not. No, you don't have anything in common with them. To the extent that they're saying that, it's because they want you to, for one reason or another, not criticize this behavior. No, I don't have anything in common with that. Absolutely not. Like, remember whenever Henry Novak got stabbed, and then the mother was out there at the courthouse, and the sister was talking about how they were racist? You want to tell me that I have more in common with that person? No, I don't. Absolutely, I don't. I want them out of Western civilization entirely.
With your landlord or your boss or faceless, lifeless, parasitic forces of capital. They don't care about you. Okay? These guys are your neighbors. But as long as
they're your neighbors, that's the problem. That's the entire problem. If you read the rape report, you'd know that. But you don't want to read that. Because you don't actually care.
Hate your neighbors instead of recognizing who actually controls the levers of power. You are the easiest of
the people that are controlling the levers of power are enabling this because they want votes. That's the reason why. They want votes, and they want to not hold these people accountable in order to maintain those votes. That's the reason why it's obvious that's what's happened. It's the same thing that happened in Minnesota with Somalians, and this is just a common behavior that's happening where primarily, I would say not always, but primarily leftist policies and leftist policymakers try to import in entire voting blocks and then base their politics, Minnesota, did I say Minnesota? Whatever the hell, you know what I said. You know what I'm saying. So really lost schematic overload vulnerability. Obviously, this is what happened. So anyway, this is what's happening, is that you are importing in these voting blocks, and that's it. That you're importing them in order to make them continue voting for you. You manipulate. That's all this is.
And Asmongold is a champion of this cause. Yeah, Asmongold is the great divider.
I am absolutely the great divider. I do not see you as an American in the way that I see other people as Americans. I see you as a subversive force who are trying to insert yourself into American politics, force Middle Eastern identity issues, and then divide the voting population around those issues. That's what you want. And I think more Democrats are starting to realize that. That's why you're getting your talks canceled. That's why you're getting, people are moving away from you. They're trying to, not associate with you. Even Zoran Nadami condemned you inside of the NYC debate. That's what you're doing. It's obvious that's what you're doing. There are songs. Well, this is here. It's a full stop prime examples in the West. Well, this is here. Can I find it? Oh yeah, and then this is the other person, by the way, this is the person I was criticizing.
The difference from the rest of the non-Muslims, from the rest of those human beings who live their lives as animals, bending any rule to fulfill any desire. Once you do that, we are lost.
No, I don't have anything in common with that person. I don't want them in my country. I don't. No, I don't. I am absolutely a divider. I recognize that that person is my enemy, and they recognize that I am their enemy. But they lie to people that are good-natured, and they try to play to this idea of class politics. If you really cared about class politics, you wouldn't sabotage every single instance of class politics done by Democrats if it doesn't follow your very, very strict regimen of enabling Islamic terrorism through Iran or through the Middle East in general. It's manipulation. It is.
He does not want you to get mad at the wealth. He wants you to get mad at others. Okay?
The will ultimately
He wants you to get mad at other working class folk.
Yeah. Because they're causing problems that shouldn't be here.
That's it. He wants to make you feel like there are some forces out there who don't think that crime is a bad thing.
And that's correct, because the report proves it. And I think that the continual protection of these people by these insular secondary immigrant communities indicates that. Yes. This entire idea, see, this is what somebody like Hassan does, is they try to make this argument ad absurdum, right? It's like, oh, well, this is, it's so absurd, it's so crazy that somebody would do this. I agree, I don't know why they're doing it, but they sure are. That's what it is. You're going around and you're supporting these people that are literally enabling rape. This is what you're doing. You're downplaying the rape of hundreds of thousands of people, and when it's happening to white girls, you're saying that it's, from a utilitarian perspective, a lesser of two evils. That's what you're saying. You're literally saying that yourself.
And should be solved in any meaningful fashion. He has no solution to it. As a matter of fact,
I have absolutely no solution for it. I think we should deport all of these people systematically, use the National Guard, the military, the police force, and every other lever of government to not only freeze their funds, but remove them, revoke their citizenship, send them back, send back their families, send back these entire communities. That's my solution. It's very simple, actually. I made it very clear. That's the solution. Go back. Yeah, what do you mean I don't have a solution? I've had a solution the entire time.
benefits from crime continuing, so we can always point to it and try to make it into racial agitprop.
Well, 87% were one racial group from Pakistan. That's substantial. That's a really substantial number. Yeah, this is true. That's what's happening. There are problems with capitalism. There are problems with class dynamics. But people like Hassan don't care about those problems as ends. They care about them as means. They use those problems in order to push identity politics. They don't actually care about it.
There's always this like other. Problem is this kind of racist agitated propaganda is very effective because a lot of people want to advocate responsibility, and a lot of people also don't want to look at the current system, the current design of the system, and want to believe that actually there is like some kind of nefarious shadow elite that's like, yes, exactly what's happening. It's obvious. Everybody can see it. Demographically replacing them. Well, yeah, there is a demographic replacement that's underway. It's obvious that that's happening. You can see that that's represented in statistics, and you can also see that in statements made, for example, by Angela Merkel, for her saying that she was importing people so she could offset the far right. This isn't a conspiracy. This isn't behind closed doors. She's right about that. It's something that they openly state. They openly state that, and they want to do that. And creating an existential crisis.
Yeah. It is an existential crisis. It absolutely is.
The crisis is here. It's capitalism.
Capitalism is the real problem, not the institutionalized rape gangs that are going around and have the support from the government that are basically allowing this to happen for votes. No, all of your daughters and sisters and mothers and, you know, like nieces and all this, and even nephews, right? Them getting raped, no, that's not the real problem. That's not the problem, guys. No, the real problem is the guy that built a business that made a lot of money off of it. Oh, right. Yeah, for sure. Definitely.
He said, I've been out covering gang reports and seriously people who are downplaying and calling bullshit the atrocities against those children and the years of authorities covering it up are disgusting.
What are you laughing at? What's so funny about this? What is this?
Epstein defender, by the way.
We've probably covered Epstein more than anyone else. So, by the way,
Epstein defender, by the way.
And you see how he puts himself in the full cam to say that for like extra emphasis. So if you look at, for example, Asmongold Epstein, these are the videos that I made about Jeffrey Epstein. It's still going. Yeah. You can see his photo in all of these, right? I mean, it's clearly me talking about that. That's it. I'm an Epstein defender. I've probably made more videos that have gotten views for Jeffrey Epstein than Hassan has views on his entire channel. And if I had to guess, it's probably not even close. And that's okay.
I've spent hours covering the gang reports and seriously people who are downplaying and calling bullshit the atrocities against those children and the years of authorities covering it up are disgusting.
He has nothing to say. Nothing to say because you know it's true.
Send me a friend request.
Except for a snort. Gonna give it a ceremonial snort.
Epstein defender, by the way.
Calling somebody an Epstein defender that's made more videos about Jeffrey Epstein than probably... I'm not even kidding. Look at all this. I've made more videos about this, and this probably isn't all of them, by the way. There's probably a handful that are aggregated here. And this is just on YouTube. I've talked about this more than anybody. I can almost guarantee you that there are more clips and more videos of me talking about Jeffrey Epstein collectively than probably any other person on the internet. I genuinely believe that. You gave Robert Obama. I did. I talked to him, and I'm going to say this during that period. I talked to him. You know, like I said, like if there's more information, I'd love you to come on the street. Because there is a greater, like I don't agree with O'Connor on a lot of things, but something like the Epstein files needs to be addressed. And whenever you're looking at institutional capture from both sides, you have to try to get allies wherever you can. And if he is an uncommon or an unlikely ally, I was more than willing to take it. Because it was such a huge problem.
Because Twitch is terrified of actually offering consequences to anyone that is right.
That's right. You have to get people banned. That's it. So now you're up. So now, oh wow. Hopefully, please protect me. Hopefully somebody gets banned. Oh no, I can't actually talk about this or address the points. I have to go and say you need to get banned. Oh my god. This is the person that really supported terrorists killing people. Okay, that's it. They're absolutely and utterly fucking terrified. There is no dedicated mass, mass banning incident. Like there are no forces in the same way. There's no dedicated mass banning incident to people who are spreading right-wing beliefs. Right. Yeah. Definitely not. No, that's never happened. That's never happened, guys.
Like right-wing Discord servers, including Discord server, will sit around and wait for an opportune moment, like a clip that looks weird or a clip that they can put out of context and immediately mass and report. We don't do that. Yeah, you do. We don't do that.
Yeah, you do. You obviously do. Like, you do the exact same thing. Like, you have dozens of Twitter accounts that you retweet and signal boost and elevate all the time. You signal boosted Twitter accounts that accused me of killing my own mother. How can you possibly say that you don't do that? I never brought your family into any of this. All of those accusations about your dad, I never even talked about that ever. But you're going and you're elevating that. I never do that. That's insane. We never did that. By the way, people on Discord only report people who make threats of violence. Well, that's probably why he thinks he's being targeted.
Not at all. And that's part of the reason why that, these guys get away with whatever the fuck they want. They also run a fairly tight ship. Like, I'm willing to bet this kind of stuff doesn't get boosted on LSF. Whenever a clip like this,
well, they have a no politics rule. So obviously, if I'm talking about something political, it wouldn't get boosted on LSF because it's politics. Logically, that's what would make sense, right? Like, I mean, obviously. Clip like this is out there, okay? It gets deboosted. The reason why I don't push, like, I mean, why would I go after his dad? I don't care. Nobody cares. It's just stupid. It's just stupid, childish, personal attacks. Like, whenever people are saying, like, I killed my mom, like, nobody gives a shit about that. It's not like it's gonna change anybody's mind. It's just nasty personal attacks made by people that have nothing left to say. It's not like it's going to move the needle. It's not going to help my strategy. It's not going to improve anything. It's just nasty, mean, stupid, destructive behavior that helps no one. So why would I use a strategy that way just to hopefully inflict more personal? I don't care about people's personality. Like, I don't hate Hassan as a person. I hate what he says. I hate what he stands for. I don't care about what he does personally. It's not relevant to me. He could be the greatest guy or the worst guy ever. It's not relevant at all. It's what you're saying.
exclusive. Here he is endorsing an Islamophobic hate crime that took place one
Good
day after
morning,
Muslim
I
rapist.
something,
And it falsely claimed that falsely claimed Muslims are doing mass rapes against white women.
Falsely claimed that all Muslims are doing mass rapes against white women. This is why everybody hates you. This is why the entire commentary community and people on YouTube and everybody on the right and the left all hate you. It's because you can never engage with or deal with any sort of legitimate criticism without reframing it into a lie. You are insulting the intelligence of all of your viewers.
Well, come to think of it, I do have a get moving, jackass. Just don't pay much. Fine, take a fucking look.
Believe all victims except this time? Yeah. So this is, you literally just lie and reframe it and turn it into something that it's not in order to hopefully make it more, like worse. You're trying to downplay the rape report because it's inconvenient to your poor Republicans.
Hey, how's it going?
Rarely do you ever see this kind of clip make its way to livestream fails or numerous other subreddits where people have upvoted and complain about how disgusting or how odious this conversation is, how odious this and toxic this person is, and their worldview being repulsive. Okay? Twitter is already dominated by the far right, so when this kind of stuff goes viral on Twitter,
isn't it crazy how every platform that isn't massively censored is dominated by the far right? Wow, I wonder why that is. And also,
like, this isn't even true. You have tons of people that are left-wing that are saying things all the time on Twitter.
What are my commentary channels, or my commentary streams are going to look like? And my YouTube videos.
Twitch is terrified of taking any action against someone who is actively 3 hours since this event.
250,000 plus
I might start that later this
sexual assaults and abuse, victims.
Well, you just crack a book, 'cause you're dumber than dirt.
Not a single, not a bit of conversation, never want to talk about
I'm probably going to try
it.
at least do a couple
And
test
the
runs
reason
this
why
week.
is because you don't actually care about it, you only care about the political implications. And in the instance where
I
you
gotta
didn't
look into
acknowledge
that. I
it,
don't
you poisoned the well by falsely framing it in something that it wasn't. Everybody knows what you're doing. Everybody
knows
has to listen to the narrative.
Scrutiny on this. His audience will then turn around and claim falsely that I say this exact same kind of thing about Jewish people, and then they will do a counter messaging campaign.
Well, you don't say that same thing about Jewish people. You just support people that want to do the next Holocaust. Whenever you're supporting people that actively want to genocide Jews worldwide, like the Houthis or Hamas or Hezbollah, yeah, I'd say that's anti-Semitic. That's like saying, well, I'm not anti-Semitic, but I support the Nazis.
I don't
What are you talking about? Really? Like, what are we even doing here? They want to kill Americans too? They do. But this is the reason why you're being called anti-Semitic, is because you openly express support for groups that want to systematically kill Jews. That's the reason why people think that you're anti-Semitic. I don't know why this is complicated. It's obvious.
To make it seem like I am actively demanding hate crimes happen to Jewish people or whatever.
It's like saying I'm not racist against blacks, but I support the KKK, but you literally say the KKK should have that right to exist. Well, the KKK, number one, there's nobody here supporting. I hope, right? Nobody here is supporting KKK. And on top of that, like, I'm not saying that. I've never said that. Obviously, people have a right to freedom of speech, but no, I don't support them at all. It's like an insane comparison. What?
So just wait. Cha-ching! I know exactly how this song is sung. I know exactly how this song and dance goes.
Because you know what you're doing. Of course you know how it goes because you're the one that's doing it. Yeah, you're supporting people that are going around saying that they want to kill Jews. And then you act like, oh my God, I bet they're going to say that I'm anti-Semitic. This is like shitting your pants and then saying, guys, I can read minds. I'm going to walk into this Walmart and people are going to say I smell bad. Duh. Obviously.
When you're supporting people that want to systematically kill Jews, they're going to think that you're anti-Semitic. Like, what? He thinks he's like Joseph Joestar, and your next line is going to be, like, yeah, duh.
Only white women get to have quote-unquote free speech. No one else. Bro giving them tutorials? No, it's just
your free speech is advocating for terrorism. Yes, that's right. And by the way, you have free speech. You're not banned. You have enjoyed total institutional protection on every single systematic level that exists. You enjoy institutional protection on your main platform, Twitch. You enjoy institutional protection or enjoyed institutional protection on Twitter. And I think that because of that, you're probably not going to get banned on Twitter, even if you do say something that's problematic. Like, for example, advocate kill Rekt or post, like, in my opinion, I think you should have been banned on Twitter when you posted a picture of a makeshift gun that was used to kill Shinzo Abe. I think the moment that you posted that, your account should have been instantly permabanned, because you are making a implicit threat and an advocacy to political assassination and violence. You should have been banned. You didn't get banned, and one of the reasons why you didn't get banned is because you had an institutional, grandfathered-in presence on the website that made it harder for them to justify banning you. If that didn't happen, if Twitter was never the way that it was, you'd probably be off the platform for that, and you should have been too. That's the truth. You have to get it for suicide drones too? I don't think the clip for that. I'm not going to get into that. I'm pre-watching it. Okay? Guys, I predict they're going to call me out for my support of organizations that want to kill Jews. Oh, they're doing it? I'm so smart. Look at me, look how smart I am.
What are you saying? What are you calling something bad happening to people like him?
Is he fucking something like, yeah.
Public hate crime, dude.
It's Islamophobic. It's not Islamophobic. It's a made-up word. I don't want to hear the made-up word.
People being stabbed in a mass stabbing incident.
Here's the difference, is that whenever somebody goes and does this, everybody realizes that this guy that did the stabbing is a psycho retard. You're not going to have his family and an entire community of people trying to act like he didn't do it. He's going to be held accountable, and there's a good chance that when he gets to prison, he's going to get the shit beat out of him. That's the difference. It's that you don't hold bad actors inside of your own community accountable, and because of that, your entire community gets judged by those bad actors. When Henry Novak had, what was killed, and then the killer's family was out there supporting him, that's what's truly disgusting. Everybody knows that you're going to have murderers and rapists. Like, this is just the nature of the human condition at the end of the day. It really is. It's the nature of the human condition. You're going to have bad actors, you're going to have evil people, and you're going to have bad things happen. But the difference is that you shouldn't be systematically allowing it to happen and then also defending it whenever you think that it's on your side. And that's the difference between, for example, whenever I made 1,000 videos about the Epstein files, and he won't even talk about the rape report without poisoning the well. That's the difference.
These are innocent people. What the fuck is wrong with you? It's totally unacceptable. It's unacceptable when it happens to any.
Yeah, and you know who else was innocent? All the British girls that were raped systematically by the Israeli Pakistani Muslim rape gangs. They were innocent. They didn't consent because they were raped. But you're not talking about them. These people have no moral high ground anymore. There is no moral high ground. There is no pleas for humanity whenever you are enabling. That's over. That's done. You had your chance and you threw it away.
Anyway. Yeah. Piker Broadcasting Service. For tomorrow's smear campaign today.
Oh, his bullshit LinkedIn report also getting something very similar to Jeff White.
Bro, this isn't even a dog whistle. This is just a full-blown endorsement of the bullhorn.
Yeah, this song is endorsing Rekt by trying to downplay. That's exactly what he's doing. That's correct. That's why I was calling out. And then a guy that you wanted to have on your stream, Zach Kalinsky, that is getting recommended to you also, is reposting. So yeah, it is a bullhorn. You're only upset now that people are listening. Yeah, because you're enabling rapes of hundreds of thousands of people. You're actively doing. I don't feel that. I mean, that's what else can I say about this? I mean, it's gross. It's disgusting. It's unbelievably racist. And guess what? It's not racist. If anything should happen, they should ban people like you for constantly advocating for terrorism and supporting groups that want to kill all of the Jews. That's, I mean, if anything should happen, it should be that. And I'm not even advocating for that. I'm just saying. He will not receive a punishment for this. If he does, Elon Musk will tweet about it and will complain about it. And will say that, like, free speech is being suppressed. Our brave warrior Asmin Gold was banned for saying the truth about Pakistani rape gangs or whatever. Or whatever. The constant downplay. The constant downplay. Every single time. And it'll be a whole fucking... It's just... I don't know what the fuck to say. I feel like this is where living hopefully that's terrified. Well, yeah, I think a lot of creators, there's actually been multiple creators, I would never reveal names, but there have been multiple creators, ironically all female, that have reached out to me and actually said how much they appreciate me talking about the rape gangs and how much they care about the fact that I did that. So you actually be surprised at how little people support you and how many people hate you. They see the clips of you trying to act like raping white women is the lesser of two evils, and they don't like that because some of them are white. I've never talked about this publicly or named names. I never have to do that. He wants people to do that because he cares more about optics. If I run a mass harassment shop, then why were people telling Dr. K that they were most afraid of him? You think Dr. K lied? Is he another Israeli spy? You harass people like crazy. All the people that are accusing me of killing my own mom, they're all your fans. Who does that? Hassan is one of the figureheads of the most vicious, vitriolic, aggressive, psychotic, psychopathic groups of people on the entire internet. And he harnesses and weaponizes them as much as he possibly can. Nobody else does that. Not even remotely to the same degree that he does. That's the reason why people don't talk bad about you. It's because you harass them systematically and your orbiters do the same thing. Oh, Muslim on discuss about this shit? No, you don't understand. Like, we know that there's a reason why these guys from Pakistan go to Europe. One of the reasons why they do that is because if they did it in Pakistan, they'd be dead. Do you think that they put up with this shit in a lot of these Muslim countries? No, they killed them. They literally killed them for doing this. So no, there's no, like, listen, like, I'm not against all of you guys. I don't, the problem is very simple. The problem is when you have an ethnic group come into the country that behaves as a tribal group rather than assimilating, and then commits crimes and protects itself. That doesn't mean you hate all Muslims, it doesn't mean you don't want any immigration, but that's a big problem and it needs to be seen for the way it is. And honestly, I think you should just listen to the way the UAE does it. Listen to them, take their advice, they're the experts on Islam, just listen to them and do what they say. They're the ones that say that we have an extremist problem. What the hell's happening? Do I think that it's propaganda, radicalization, systemic failure? I think it's 90% of what I have no idea. Literally, content creators with like 30 concurrent viewers. He does not. Yeah. He will go after anyone ever. I have a large enough audience that I can withstand it and give a shit. Whereas he will go after like random trans content creators from Twitter that have like 30 concurrent viewers on Twitch. what would being trans have anything to do with this? You're trying to add an additional moral value. You're trying to like symbolize trans people. It's like a protected class, like, oh wow, I'm bullying all the trans people. Yes, really, it's a problem. It's a huge problem. Yeah. He takes advantage of the editing harassment shop as well. Yeah, editing harassment shop. Oftentimes their targets are aligned. Random left figures, people like myself. So they join forces.
I think that's a good reveal of why you don't have Democrats that support you and why they don't want to have anything to do with you. It's because you other yourself from them whenever you actually find it convenient. Destiny is a liberal. Destiny is a liberal Democrat. He has opinions that I disagree with, but Destiny is an American.
And do just kind of targeted smear campaigns, targeted harassment campaigns. It feeds into this never-ending cycle of reactionary commentary on YouTube. And a lot of the slop tutors don't even care about it either. They don't have any sort of like real...
Yeah, because nobody is going to listen to you say that I'm an Epstein defender after I've made 100 videos on Jeffrey Epstein and take you seriously. You just look like a retard.
Political opinions, they're just like totally fine with right-wing commentary, or believe in right-wing commentary regardless. And that's how you maintain an outsized, right-wing slanted media sphere that has actually a very diverse audience.
Is aligning with liberal terrorist organizations that rape and kill people like Hamas, Hezbollah, and Houthis. And trying to run defense for the Iranian government that's massacred and murdered tens of thousands of their own people. They had to turn off the internet so they could start shooting everything. But no, the problem really is the fact that I don't actively view Destiny's community as some evil group of people. No, I don't like a lot of the things that they say. They don't like what I say. But that doesn't mean that we can't come together and recognize that you are an external threat that's coming into American politics. You're trying to import foreign blood feuds that are thousands of years old into American politics. That's what you want to do. And I think that everybody sees that, and they rightfully completely repudiate it. And that's why your speaking arrangements are being canceled. That's why you're getting canceled from going to the UK.
It's a diversity of opinion, but it's not really reflected because all of the top...
Oh, I didn't even realize that. Jesus. Yeah, wow. I wasn't even thinking of this.
The left content creators are ritualistically humiliated on the timeline.
Yeah, because they support things like child genital mutilation. They support things like the Iranian terrorist government. They support things like October 7th. They deserve to be humiliated. They should honestly be humiliated more.
By virtually every
single terrorist rapists and pedophiles.
Political who far-right figure on the internet, and most of these websites, especially Twitter, a lot of these smear campaigns aggregate from, are so boosted to the far right in their algorithm that it ends up having this exact same toxic attitude.
It's the algorithm. It's never your fault. It's always somebody else.
All the other platforms that rely on these smear campaigns are being boosted on Twitter. It doesn't just stay on Twitter. It makes its way to Reddit. It makes its way to TikTok.
Thank God. Thank God. By the way, about harassing smaller content creators, what's this?
Oh, Rich. Give me Rich.
Hassan Hiker fans are actually rabid animals. Ideas are, so I'm on break at work right now, so I look kind of chopped, but Hassan Hiker fans are actually rabid animals. Ideas are full of people who threaten to assault me, dox me, calling me Amber Heard as an insult, saying that I am propaganda and being paid by YouTubers that I also hate. It's crazy that I called out Hassan for tourism and misogyny and being basically a passport bro. and I've got people calling me like conservative in my DMs and just saying I'm spreading propaganda and that
It's not him that's harassing people. No.
even if he did these things, we still need him as the face of the left. But yeah, this podcast straight up got me demonetized. And this is coming from someone that used to be subbed to Hassan. I was giving that millionaire money because I was an idiot. So, yeah, maybe let's pull it with the threats because I don't really think that's the whole thing with the allegations. That would be great if you could stop threatening to.
Man. Call campus own slurs and his followers mass report your video and call your comments with snowflakes because you call them science. Guys are developing this idea that someone like myself is constantly breaking the rules on Twitch. Well, yeah, never getting punished for it. You do. Whereas someone like Asmongold is simply a regular dude saying the truth. You know what? But ultimately, he's just a regular dude, right? So he wears a white t-shirt. So I can't possibly fathom that this is a he's all in this suit, isn't he? This is the worst suit I've ever seen in my life. Like, what is this? Is this like a 1968 trailer for like a Sears vacuum cleaner? You're gonna try to sell me a vacuum cleaner? How about a new washing machine? Maybe one of these newfangled portable air conditioning machines. This is embarrassing. He's dressed like he came out of the back rooms. What are you doing? And you're making fun of my t-shirt. This is how you feed the algorithm. What it takes to feed the algorithm. We don't have you ever thought about why there's a big algorithm for content that's negative about you? Here, I'll explain it. It's because a lot of people hate you. They don't like you. All across the board, Republicans don't like you, Democrats don't like you, a lot of people don't like you. Keep in mind that whenever they did polling about the size of favorability, that people that were living with their parents had like positive favorability of Hassan, and people that were living with their own kids, so like they had their own life, they had negative favorability. Why would this happen? Nobody knows. That was designed to drown out. When she managed to survive the dreaming swim to the shore, her son water stabbed to death. It is said that as she realized what was about to happen, Agrippina pointed at her wound and screamed, "Stab me there," where the monster had been nurtured. Julia Agrippina died on March 23rd, 59 AD. After the news leaked out, Nero, in a bit of a half-assed effort, tried to tell everyone that it had been a suicide, but they were ignorant and under any illusions that they knew what had gone down. The young emperor, he had broken the greatest taboo, killing his own mother. Claudius's advisors had been wrong. Nero wasn't the next Caligula. He was something much, much worse. Now you probably have a bit of a mental checklist prepared for the rest of this video. Fiddling as Rome burns, check. Persecuting Christians, also check. Well, don't worry, we're going to get those videos highlights, but before we tell you about Nero the crazy emperor, we'll tell you about Nero the insanely popular emperor. That's right, he was really, really popular. For all his name may now be synonymous with vengeance, Nero started his reign actually being quite a cool dude. Prior to Agrippina's death, Nero had banned secret trials, cracked down on corruption and the powers that Senate. He also snapped taxes, banned capital punishment, granted more rights to slaves, banned animal blood sports, and tried to phase out gladiatorial combat and replace it with Greek wrestling. So popular were these measures that the great Emperor Trajan would later in his 5 years as the greatest reign in Roman history. And it's here that we finally reach one of the contradictions surrounding Nero. Despite all the mad stuff he did, he was beloved by his subjects. Nero had a common touch that other Roman elites
elites lacked. After his death, a whole generation of ambitious provincials would claim to be Nero's heirs as a shortcut to popularity. So why then do we only hear about the bad stuff? Maybe it's because the common folk didn't write the histories. Neither did the ambitious provincials, but rather the elite did. And those guys, they couldn't stand the way that Nero debased his office. The issue was this: unlike Augustus, Tiberius, or Caligula, Nero had never wanted to be emperor. It was Agrippina who had schemed him into power. The old Emperor, Claudius, had at least been old enough to understand the responsibilities of office. Nero, though, he was young enough to understand that the responsibilities of office could kiss his Roman arse. Not long after Agrippina's death, Nero talks openly about giving up the throne to become a full-time poet. But the power that came with being a living god was simply too much fun. So instead, Nero began to live an artist's life parallel to his imperial one. The young emperor spent his spare time partying in brothels, crowds with actors, and lights. He liked to get drunk and appear on stage in theatres, sometimes in female roles. Remember, the Romans thought that artists were lower than sex workers. Seeing Nero indulge his artistic side for them was sort of like seeing the Queen of England dance naked for cash in an Amsterdam brothel, and you're welcome for that mental image. Although what happens next, the bears an monarchical comparison might be heavy. In 62 AD, Nero's mistress, Poppaea Sabina, became pregnant. Since Nero was still married to the popular Claudia Octavia, this caused a bit of a scandal. So Nero divorced Claudia and banished her into exile, and under the move, there was bound to get even more scandalous. When the people of Rome protested her banishment, Nero had his ex-wife murdered. It was the second time he'd killed a close relative, and just as with Agrippina, Nero vaguely made out that it had been a suicide. In reality, it was yet another bloodstain on the artist Emperor's hands. It would certainly not be the last. But before we get into all of those bloodstains, you should absolutely check out War Thunder. A smooth transition. War Thunder is a realistic, free-to-play military vehicle combat game. War Thunder is available on PC, PS4, and Xbox One. But you only need one of those consoles in order to play. No need to purchase either. Just download and get going. In this game, there are over 1,200 historically accurate vehicles from the 1920s all the way to the 1990s. They're all carefully built and incredibly designed. Physics has really been working rather good, and the sound is also pretty amazing. And look, you can just jump in for a quick arcade game so that you don't have much time. That's what I tend to do. Or you can play realistic and go for more challenging tactical stuff. Or if you're hardcore, you can play simulator, but you know, that's just really like getting that ass whipped over and over again. So, join us on the Fringe TV, link below. Do not support the show for free ones. Great and let's get back to Nero. By July the 18th, 64 AD, Emperor Nero's initial popularity was in terminal nosedive. The same year, Nero had Claudia murdered the Praetorian Guard prefect Boris of Prague, an actual murderer who kept the emperor's darkest desires in check. So what did Nero do? He was working with a guy called Tiberius, who thought that the best thing the emperor could do with his dark desires was absolutely let them loose. That meant orgies, bloody purges of the elite, and even fewer hecks given about representing the office of emperor. Come that hot July of 64 AD, the people of Rome were fed up with the emperor and ready to believe just about anything about him. And into this two rocks of resistance came a very real spark. The causes of the Great Fire of Rome are lost in history. All we know is that on July the 8th, a conflagration swept through the entire city. At the time, Rome was a collection of wooden shacks that had been thrown up without any central plan. So when the Inferno got going, it really got going. The fire burned for a week until 3 of the city's districts had been destroyed and the imperial house itself had been damaged. And what was Emperor Nero doing while all of this destruction took place? Well, no, what you're thinking is absolutely wrong. I mean, the one thing that everyone knows about Nero is that he fiddled as Rome burns, but it turns out that is actually total bunk. Nero wasn't even in the city at this time. Far from regarding the fire as a source of amusement, Tacitus tells us that Nero raced back to Rome and spearheaded the relief efforts. He even let hundreds of those left homeless by the disaster stay in his imperial palace. This kind of raises the question of why do you think Nero fiddle while Rome burns? Well, there's two reasons. One involves a building and the other involves a Jewish cult. So let's tackle the building one first. Once the fire was over, Nero claims to use number 4. In most respects, he succeeded. He constructed a new city with streets wide enough to hinder future fires. However, he also decided to build a massive house atop the rock, which included a 120-foot-tall statue of himself. Leaning a bit anti-Nero was just much. Rumors told the swirl of Nero himself specifically so that he could build this palace. Panicked, Nero decided that he needed to find someone who was getting rather fast. His chosen scapegoat was, surprise, a Jewish Christians. In 64 AD, Rome's Christians were a small cult comprising of non-citizens, refugees, and Greek-speaking outsiders. Like foreigners, refugees and immigrants sadly discover all too frequently that made them perfect targets. On Nero's orders, Christians were tortured until they confessed to starting the fire. Nero then set about having them all rounded up and gruesomely executed. Unlike the tale of Nero fiddling, all the stories you've heard about his torture of the Christians are absolutely true. Christians really were torn apart by wild animals. Nero really did have them burned alive to illuminate his garden parties. Perhaps it's no wonder early Christians came to seriously hate Nero. There's a theory that the Antichrist in the Book of Revelation was meant to symbolize this emperor. But it wasn't just Christians who disliked Nero's persecution. The extreme tortures he inflicted were disturbing by even Roman standards. In the Senate and the Praetorian Guard, people began to whisper to one another that things were getting out of hand. They were beginning to whisper that it was time to get rid of that arsonist emperor. But they hadn't counted on just how hard to kill Nero would turn out to be. When people want to prove just what a monster Nero was, they usually point to his actions in 64 AD, allegedly letting Rome burn and actually slaughtering Christians. Really though, they should point to the emperor's antics the following year. If 64 AD was Nero at his most misunderstood, 65 AD was Nero at his psychotic peak. It started out when a Senate plot against Nero was discovered. What followed was a purge that saw 23 conspirators forced to commit suicide, along with the philosopher Seneca. But if 23 dead doesn't sound so bad, know that this was just one. In the wake of the conspiracy, Nero was a feature of various rules. Kangaroo courts that convicted and executed people on a whim, the treason trials were infamous for being an underhanded way for the emperor to get rid of anyone that he didn't like. And Nero, in 65 AD, he had an enemies list longer than war and peace. Yet even this bloodshed doesn't compare to Nero's cruelest act that year. At some point that summer, Nero got into a blazing row with his wife. You might remember her, that's Poppaea Sabina, the mistress who got pregnant with Nero the murder of his previous wife. Well, Poppaea should have realized that ordering your wife's assassination isn't a great sign for marital stability. According to Tacitus, Nero, mad with rage, kicked Poppaea to death. The poor girl was pregnant at this time, and Nero made sure to aim his vicious kicks at her squirted stomach. In the aftermath of this brutal double murder, Nero went insane. The empire starved and embalmed, and a corpse deposited in a mausoleum so that he could visit it whenever he wanted. Previously, Nero caught sight of a 13-year-old boy. A few weeks later, it was the spitting image of his murdered wife. Known as Sporus, this unlucky boy was kidnapped by Nero's men and castrated. Nero then forced Sporus to dress in clothes belonging to the dead pair and marry him in his service. After that, Sporus could be seen, for instance, acting like the dead emperor sat at Nero's side as the deranged emperor kissed and fondled him. If this wasn't already creepy enough, Nero himself took to wearing a Poppaea mask when he went on stage, embodying the girl of his life. Yet so viciously snatched away. Yet, even as he drifted into Norman-based territory, Nero did not lose his common touch. The next year, 66 AD, he left on a tour of Rome's eastern provinces, effectively giving himself a year's break from the empire. But rather than react to this creepy murder the way the elites in Rome had, those in the east acted like Nero was an ancient rock star. The thing was, Nero, he knew how to play a crowd. In Greece, he dressed like an ascetic with bare feet and flowing hair and took an active interest in the country's new religions. Wherever he went, he grew the country's appreciative status, ensuring the inhabitants celebrated him. It was so popular that it even took national on stage, playing when he went back to reality, upper society was more scandalized. It was wrong if he thought that he could just keep violating norms and doing whatever the hell he felt like. The Emperor, he didn't know it yet, but his days on this earth, well, they were already numbered. In early 68 AD, Nero sent an order to the governor of Gaul, a guy called Vindex, telling him to raise taxes. It was just one of many such orders that Nero was in the habit of sending out to fight his lavish lifestyle. But this time, something was different. Nero didn't know it, but Vindex was at Rekt. Fed up with endlessly having raised taxes on Gaul, Vindex snapped when he saw Nero's legitimate. He took up arms and declared himself in rebellion against the emperor. But then he did a funny thing. He declared allegiance to the popular governor of Spain, a guy named Galba. This was funny because Galba was very much not in rebellion. When he heard of Vindex's declaration, he freaked out and declared himself to Nero. But just hearing Vindex mention Galba was enough to send Nero's paranoia into overdrive, and he had both men declared enemies of Rome. Realizing he was doomed either way, Galba went, nah, screw it, and declared himself in rebellion after all. Unfortunately for Nero, a popular governor leading a rebellion was exactly the news that Rome had been waiting for. As news of Galba's results hit, the Praetorian Guard came out in support of him, as did the Senate, as did a huge swath of the army, as did, well, everyone. On the night of June 9, 68 AD, Nero woke up to find his palace empty. He sensed the end was near. Everyone had deserted the emperor. As Nero ran through the empty, cavernous rooms, he